Please let's keep upstanding as we sing the national anthem. Please let's be seated. Before I let us know the very, very important personalities in our midst, I would like to call on the father of the Ghana Kidney Association. He is the president of the Ghana Kidney Association, and he would officially tell us why we are gathered here this morning before we go through letting us know the very important personalities that have graced our occasion this morning. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, shall you help me with a round of applause? Welcome here, Professor Samson Entry.
Okay. So, good morning, colleagues. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, Nana Chair, His Royal Highness, the Government Chair, his representative who is here, Minister of Health Rep, all other dignitaries here seated, members of the kidney fraternity in Ghana, both healthcare workers and our cherished patients, the media, ladies and gentlemen. As we age as living beings, our organs fail and we expire. Naturally, that's the natural course of life. But our organs can also fail prematurely, even in our prime years, as a result of disease and injuries, including congenital abnormalities. The advances in science, including medical science, have brought relief and hope to our world, leading to longevity of the human race over the past century. The kidney is a vital organ that is needed for survival. One can be born without limbs or eyes and still survive, but it is not so with the kidneys. Lack of both kidneys is not compatible with life, and in the same way, a failed kidney function from whatever cause is also not compatible with life. And so the establishment of dialysis in the mid-20th century, whereby an artificial kidney in the form of dialysis machine actually translated hope. People who are earmarked to die because of a kidney failure into living beings once again. That is the power of science, medical science. Today, many more organ transplant therapies exist besides kidney transplant. Thanks to advances in medical science, we can talk about cornea transplant for people with blindness because of corneal opacity, hip joint replacement, liver transplant, heart transplant, just to mention a few. For Ghana to have initiated dialysis 50 years ago, make her one of the foremost countries in Africa to have offered dialysis service, a feat that is worthy to celebrate. We pay glowing tribute to the pioneers of dialysis in Ghana, the late Dr. Enim Ado, Emitron Ohene Ampofo, who established the first dialysis unit in Ghana at Korle-Bu. Your Excellency, the Vice President and the Chair, may I now seek your permission to introduce Matron Ohene Ampofo, I don't know whether he's here, who was one of the pioneers who established the dialysis. Is Matron here? So we salute you, Matron, for the wonderful work that you did then. That has inspired us to keep on. And also, we have relatives of our late brother, Dr. Enim Ado, here to celebrate the day with us. Professor Ade Mensah, Mrs. Dodd, and Mrs. Nana Ade Mensah. We salute you, Mr. Kinsman, who actually initiated this, and now we are all beneficiaries. Thank you very much. But our celebration is fraught with nostalgic feelings considering the slow pace of progress of full kidney replacement therapy, including kidney transplant services, and the challenges our patients go through in accessing this service. Today, at 50 years of dialysis, many more Ghanaians who need these life-saving medical services die because of lack of access and prohibitive cost of care. You cannot be excited by that. This is in contrast to what pertains in other places. In Cameroon, which is not far from us, because of direct government subsidy, patients pay the equivalent of $10 to access dialysis service. And in Sudan, once again, because of direct government subsidy, transplant services are free, and for children, dialysis services are free, and for children, transplant services are free. Not because of insurance, but because of direct government intervention. In many other countries, because of the prohibitive cost of dialysis, dialysis is borne by insurance. To allow people out of pocket to access dialysis service, I think it's something that needs rethinking. So the situation in Ghana, in children in Ghana, who are obviously the future of our nation, is even pathetic. Your Excellency, let me state emphatically that no child in Ghana with end-stage kidney disease get the benefit of long-term dialysis. Adults, yes, can afford it because they have the monetary power. It is easy you tell a parent your child has got kidney disease, you will need dialysis services. The cost you mentioned is to let the child pass on. But if it is the father or the mother who has got that situation, he will sell even his building or her building to stay alive. So no child in Ghana who gets end-stage kidney disease gets a benefit of long-term dialysis. To put it differently, every child in Ghana diagnosed with end-stage kidney disease either dies in the health facility or is counseled to go home and die. This is what we live with. The narrative must change. And yet, end-stage kidney disease among children is not uncommon. Statistics are confirmed where I work. Actually, I put the figure of children with end-stage kidney disease at a minimum of 15 children per year to a maximum of 40 children a year. Sadly, all these people either die in our facilities or they are counseled to die. These are lives wasted needlessly, considering the scientific solution discovered to avoid deaths in such circumstances. But we, as the later day generation of kidney specialists, have taken up the challenge So the formation of Ghana Kidney Association in 2011 was to take up this challenge and advance kidney care in our nation. As we reflect on dialysis service in Ghana for the past 50 years, to identify the hurdles and preferred solutions, I called all here, government, corporate Ghana, individual philanthropists, to partner Ghana Kidney Association to change the narrative of kidney replacement therapy so a better story can be told in the next milestone celebration at 75 years. So on behalf of the Ghana Kidney Association, Your Excellency and Mr. Chair, I welcome all of you to this public symposium on 50 years of dialysis in Ghana. Let us have open and frank discussion on the issues at stake, as every one of us sitting here can be the next victim of end-stage kidney disease. Long live the Ghana Kidney Association, long live Ghana. I thank you all for your attention.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, the representative of the Speaker of Parliament, representative of the Minister of Health, GKA President, all protocols duly observed. The Akan saying goes that Sankofa Yinchi. We left a very, very important part of the ceremony, and we are going back to do it. We can't do anything without God, so we'd have the opening prayer at this point. We can't be sitting and we'll still pray. So shall we pray? Our Most High God, we thank you so much for this beautiful day. We thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for making it possible for us to be present here and for the lives of all the dignitaries who are with us here today. We commit the program into your hands. We ask that you will chair this program. You would help us deliberate on how to save the lives of people who have kidney disease in Ghana. Thank you for hearing us. In Jesus' name, amen. I stood in for the MC. The MC is here, but we will do it together. So next on the program, we are going to introduce our chairman for the occasion. He's one of the seasoned surgeons in the country, a graduate of the Ghana Medical School. He's a fellow of the Royal College of Surgeons, a fellow of the West African College of Surgeons. He is the president of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons. He's worked in Ghana for over 2 decades, several years. Some of us were children. And he's involved. I'm sure you'll be wondering why a surgeon is chairing this program. But he has a passion for dialysis. He's worked with patients who have renal problems for a long time. In fact, he's one of the early doctors who were involved in inserting a very, very, I don't want to say obsolete, but an interesting shunt that used to be for dialysis in ancient times. There's the Quentin Scribner shunt for dialysis. He was one of the first doctors in the country to be involved with this. Your Excellency, all distinguished personalities here, shall you help me welcome up here our distinguished chairman for the program, Dr. John Nkrumah Mills.
Thank you very much. I'd want to say that I'm really grateful for this invitation because I know there are people who are older than me here, but I've also seen some aspects of kidney care in the country. Excellency, the Vice President, I welcome you and everyone to this occasion. And I'm delighted that Your Excellency has accepted to be here because this shows us definitely that there is a new move in the right direction, I believe, for the management of this very difficult situation. This cannot be done by individuals, cannot be done by NGOs or any other group, but the government must be involved and indeed give us direction and a lot of support. The situation that we find ourselves in is not hopeless. I know Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital is working on an institute for renal diseases, and that is very hopeful because we are having the teaching, the training going on, and that of course needs a lot of support and collaboration. And then also, I know that there are some individuals, institutions and groups that have been involved in renal care. And these should also see a way forward where they can also plug into a national aspiration. And so now, I'm sure we are ready to be going. And I would welcome us all to look at issues, have hope, particularly also because on the program, there's something about the regulation and legal aspects of kidney management. And yes, if we have the regulation on transplantation in the country, then it can be done, and it can be done legally, and it can be done with all confidence. So this program this morning is really launching us on a new track, a track we need, which we have lacked. And so we'll be moving in a particular direction, that of saving the lives of Ghanaians who need renal replacement. With this, I want to thank you and welcome you all and enjoy the day.
Your Excellency, all protocols observed. Today we are celebrating 50 years of dialysis in Ghana. It's been a great feat, and we are trusting that the next 50 years will even be greater. We have a series of talks that will tell us about the journey of dialysis, where we are now and where we want to get to. And to give us the first one is a distinguished professor of medicine, one of the pioneers of dialysis in Ghana. He will be talking about the history of dialysis in Ghana. He has worked as a lecturer with the University of Ghana Medical School and the Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital. As a professor of medicine, he worked in several hospitals in this country and the United Kingdom. He held several administrative positions, including the head of the renal unit in Korle-Bu. He is a member of the New York Academy of Sciences, currently a retired professor of medicine. Please help me welcome Professor Michael Matekoli.
Thank you for your welcome. The Vice President, Dr. Mamadou Bawumia, all protocols observed. We're sorry we didn't put your name in that. And I remember when I was a lecturer. Nkomo was one of the people who put up the sun. Juma, we forgot to put him down. I should have told you. And one time he came to the ward and I put in a PD catheter and he told me that you should have been a surgeon. Do you remember that? Very good. The other person we forgot, this is before, a lot of experiments have been done on animals on dialysis. But dialysis started with William Koff, which we did in William Koff, a Dutch doctor who fashioned the rotating drum kidney to treat patients with acute renal failure during the Second World War. He fashioned the rotating drum kidney, so he was the one who started dialysis as initiator for dialysis. Let's go through the dates, the years. In 1960, Benjamin Scribner of University of Washington State, developed the Scribner shunt, Scribner shunt for dialysis. This was a shunt that was fashioned in the forearm. In fact, one of the longest patients who was on dialysis was a chap called Robin Eady, a distinguished British dermatologist who had pneumonia as a child and entered into chronic kidney disease. Scribner met him when he started dialysis in 1962, met him at the airport, took Robin Eady to his unit and dialyzed him, and then sent him to another unit. So Eady was one of the longest patients who was on hemodialysis. In 1962, the theatre at Ashak Kidney Center, now Northwest Kidney Center, the world's first out-of-hospital dialysis center was established. In 1970, research by Dr. Henry Tenkoff and Fred Bowen resulted in better dialysis, which was offered to patients with kidney failure. In 1979, Dr. Robert Hickman developed his double-lumen silicone dicron cuffed catheter for ambulatory peritoneal dialysis and chemotherapy. In 1989, a erythropoietin principle became available for treating renal anemia. In 2008, Kidney Research Institute was established. Now, dialysis at Korle-Bu Hospital. In 1972, there was a patient with acute renal failure who developed acute renal failure and had to be dialyzed. Vaco Hospital imported a hemodialysis machine. There's a lady called Duca who came with acute kidney failure. And during those days, we didn't know the natural history well, but we know that the natural history of acute kidney injury should last about 4 weeks, but we didn't have the knowledge. So she dialyzed and she didn't recover, and then she entered into chronic kidney disease, and she was used as a model for training the patients who come in and the nurses with chronic renal failure. Vaco arranged for Dr. Yao Adimado, consultant physician, and Sister Hena Pofo to go into Kaiser Permanente Hospital in USA for renal training. In 1972, hemodialysis started for treatment of acute renal failure in Korle-Bu. Peritoneal dialysis also started at that time. The late Dr. Animado, constitutional physician who trained in California, with Sister Hen Ambofo, started to run the unit with the late Professor J.K.M. Korte, urologist, Professor Edward, urologist, Benarabiro, urologist, now Lorabiro. In fact, Professor Korte was one of the first patients one of the first doctors who established who was doing the shunt for us. He was famous for Korte uteroplasty. In fact, his name is in Gray's Anatomy. He was one of the first people to establish a tunnel for young people who develop uterine strictures as a result of Neisseria infection. Professor Yeboah was also one of the urologists who fashioned the shunt, and Bernard Rabido was also one of the doctors. Dr. Animado trained in Newcastle with Professor David Kerr, who was one of the pioneers of renal medicine. He started hemodialysis and peritoneal dialysis at Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital. That's the picture here. In fact, if you look at him, the sister is here. The sister looks just like him. And have you seen your brother? Let's move on. That's the David Kerr of Newcastle, and Sister Henan Pofu. A very hardworking lady who developed an ethos. She was one of the pace setters, and you can't do renal medicine and go and sleep. So she trained the nurses, and that habit has become part of the nurses training in our unit. I've been told that she trained in California. Professor Yeboah trained in Cambridge, St. Mary's Hospital, Paddington, trained in urology under Professor Ralph Shackman, pioneer of renal transplantation. In fact, he brought a transplantation table to transplant in Korle-Bu, but it never worked. So this is how the country can just stagnate and not move on. That's the boy here with his jacket, hardworking. You call them day and night, and they'll be there. Kwashikoti, the boy, Abiru, and then our younger colleague here, at that time, younger colleague in Kuma Mills. That was the boy's talk at the Ghana Academy of Sciences, Arts and Sciences. So in the 1970s, there was a Korte fashion did our chance for us. It was an artificial dialysis tube which was put in the left wrist as an access. This is the This is the wrist here. It's an arteriovenous shunt which forms as an access for hemodialysis. That's it in real terms. This is the Korle-Bu, which is that. Some people do remember this thing here, this machine here, this coil, which we put under a bath. This was what we were using before in the bath. The patients come and then we use it for dialysis. That's the Korle-Bu. That's for peritoneal dialysis. That's Rita here, the patient, one of our sisters. I think she's spoken already. In the 1970s, the hemodialysis was for only patients with acute renal failure. And one patient with chronic kidney disease was kept as a training point. Both hemodialysis and peritoneal dialysis fluids were manufactured by the first infusions in Kovodua. So at that time, there was a manufacturing company for for our work. And this company died down. Now, Ghana set up the first dialysis set up in Africa, apart from South Africa, where there were only 10 centers in the United Kingdom. So Ghana was a pace setter, really. Now, let me go back. In 1973, the American Renal Association sent a patient to sent the dialysis machine to Congress, and they dialyzed this patient for the day of Congress, and people were happy. So from 1973, after 1973, all patients with chronic kidney disease were sponsored by the Medicare. So the government paid for Medicare from 1993 for patients with chronic kidney disease. So in other countries in the world. So this is what we have to do now. We have to think about Ghana, because the chronic kidney disease is a great human tragedy in this country. Now, this is our registry. 2017, the public sector, we have 60 state patients, percentage 96.1%, private sector, 26. So this is our registry here, Ghana Renal Registry. Population per million in Ghana, 29 million. NSH kidney disease patients, 687. Treatment per million, 23. Can't see well. Okay, that's it. So we are under treating our patients with chronic kidney disease. Now, these are our publications. This is acute renal failure. Before that, before Dialysis came, Ghana was not on the map. So Dialysis here, sorry. See our Nimado, Foley, Eboa, Quality, Rabero. We had patients with acute renal failure. I think 55 patients. Most of them were due to black water fever. And Dialysis 1976 put us on the map. Kidney failure and thyroid fever again, Dialysis, Animado again, Foley, Yeboah, JKM Quality, Samson, your field, acute renal failure in Ghanaian children, Dialysis again, Animado, Yeboah, Danubil is here. Samson, have you seen this paper? I don't think you've seen it. This us together with Dialysis. This is what some summarize our case when we studied chronic renal failure dialysis as a 20-year review at Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital. The Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital set up hemodialysis unit in 1972, 50 years from now. After we are now 50 years. Ghana was one of the few countries in sub-Saharan Africa hemodialysis, apart from South Africa and Kenya. We recognize the gratitude with the pioneers who developed hemodialysis in Ghana. I haven't finished. So, chronic kidney disease is a human, in West Africa, is a great human tragedy according to DNSK. And people have sold houses, and if you have it, it's not only your children, adults, it's a tragedy. You see, a person is well, and suddenly he goes to hospital, and then he's told that he has chronic kidney disease, and that's it. And most of the patients can't afford. So I think it's important, since our leader, our vice president is here, has been told that we shouldn't wait. You know, we started this 50 years ago, and we seem to have come to a block. How far can you go? Can you explain this case for us? So we leave it in your hands. Since I hear you are very active, proactive in this business. So we leave it to you, to your government, and make sure that this tragedy is offloaded from Ghanaians. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Korle, my teacher and one of the pioneers of dialysis in Ghana. Your Excellency, I'm sure that my professors are bombarding you with a lot of technologies, but we'll try and make them simple. But there's one thing I took from his speech. He said in 1973, a patient had to be dialyzed at Congress in front of the lawmakers. And then after that, they started sponsoring dialysis. Today, I'm not sure whether the Ghana Kidney Association will be dialyzing somebody here. But I think at the end of it, what we want to do is we need help for our patients. And I'm sure Your Excellency will take that up for us. So next on the line, we are going to talk about the current state of dialysis in Ghana. What is the state of dialysis? All our people who get kidney disease from the north, the south, the east, and the west, how sure are they that they can do dialysis? To do that for us, we have one of our young nephrologists who will be talking about that. He did his nephrology subspecialty qualification from South Africa, Stellenbosch University in South Africa. He currently works at the renal unit of the Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital. He's been doing a lot of work and has published a lot. A very promising young man. Please help me welcome Dr. Abdul Jalil Inusa. Sorry, and just before he talks, I want to say that one important dignitary just came in, Dr. Insian Sari, who is the Presidential Advisor on Health. You are welcome, sir. And could you kindly come to the front for us? Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. His Excellency, the Vice President, the Chairman, and other invited dignitaries. I'm so excited to be given this opportunity to present on the current state of dialysis in Ghana. Thanks to Prof. Korle for giving us a brief history, and it's quite invigorating to see how far we've come in terms of dialysis. And we, the current generation of nephrologists, together with mentorship from our seniors, and then provision of the right environment by the state and other stakeholders would help us improve further the state of dialysis in Ghana. Without wasting my time, I would proceed. So the objective of my study will be looking at basically the current state of dialysis in Ghana. I'll be looking at the dialysis centers, the workforce, and the cost. But before then, I'll give a quick overview of the burden of kidney disease. Prof. Entry already mentioned that, and mentioned the pediatric population as part of that. I'll also look at the challenges that we are facing in the provision of dialysis services and propose solutions in that regard. So there's a recognized global burden of kidney disease, as we've all seen, and 1 in 10 people worldwide would actually have some form of kidney disease. In Africa, it's actually estimated to be about 15.8% of the population in Africa. And Ghana is not spared from this same menace of kidney disease. Our current estimates stand at about 13.3%. So imagine out of a current population of, let's say, 30 million, just do the math and see what proportion of our patients or what number actually have chronic kidney disease. Unfortunately, kidney disease, it's not decreasing in prevalence, it's increasing, and that's because of the increasing prevalence of risk factors such as diabetes, hypertension, and of course, the aging population. Unfortunately as well, this is associated with high death rates. But why is this happening, really, particularly in our settings? So generally what's happening is that people are presenting late, such that they need some form of kidney replacement therapy, which is not readily available for some reasons which we'll be discussing. Additionally, sometimes we as healthcare providers in the primary and secondary facilities are not able to help detect these diseases at early stages. And that is why they are presenting late with all these complications resulting in death. And of course, those who are diagnosed too, it's quite difficult considering the high cost of kidney care currently in Ghana. In this study by Tano et al. In Confanoche, they looked at a 10-year review of medical admissions for kidney disease, and they found that well over 70% of patients were actually presenting late. Over this period, OPD rates have gone up as much as fourfold, with increasing admission rates and also increasing mortality because of kidney diseases. And these are attributed to multi-factors as stated, majorly due to poverty, poor knowledge, both from the patient perspective and the clinician perspective, and the increasing belief in faith-based healers, as well as rampant use of herbal medications as we see currently in our society. I'll not dwell much on this, on the management of kidney disease, because Prof. Boimame mentioned that in his talk, but generally these are the options when someone gets to end-stage kidney disease: the form of dialysis, hemodialysis or peritoneal dialysis, and transplant, which is actually the go-to. But as clinicians, our goal should be preventing kidney disease and putting in measures to slow down the progression of kidney disease, so it's kind of like reduces the healthcare cost or burden on us as well. This is the World Atlas in 2019, and it's actually projected that by 2030, in low, middle income, and low income countries, you would have as much as 14.5 million people requiring dialysis. But unfortunately, less than a half of those may actually have access to that. And if you look at the disparity on that side, you actually find out that in low, middle income, and low income countries, only 4% and 10% of patients, respectively, may actually have access to dialysis or kidney replacement therapy, as against as much as 60% in high-income countries having access to dialysis services. So if you look at the patterns, really, it's not different from what is pertaining in Ghana. In this study of over about 750 patients, as many as 40 patients actually required dialysis on admission. But guess what? Only 14.5% of them actually had access because of some of the factors I've mentioned earlier, and probably I'll mention later on. Prof. Matikoli did mention the Ghana renal registry, and if you look at the distribution of patients on chronic renal replacement therapy, you realize majority of them are on hemodialysis. Peritoneal dialysis is virtually non-existent, and we are probably looking at options of bringing that on board. And unfortunately, kidney transplant, which is like the gold standard because associated better outcomes and improved mortality, very little, less than 5% of this chronic kidney disease patients having some form of renal replacement therapy are actually having a kidney transplant. So what are the factors that should lead to us providing effective hemodialysis services, as this is the major form of kidney replacement therapy we have currently? So we need a functional nephrology workforce. We need more trained nephrologists. We need more trained dialysis nurses, more trained technicians and biomedical scientists, nephrology nurses, and all those involved in the comprehensive management of our patients on kidney replacement therapy. We need well-equipped functional dialysis centers, constant electricity supply, availability of resources in terms of consumables required for dialysis, as well as availability of funding for dialysis, such that less people actually do less, more people do less out-of-pocket payment for dialysis. So what is the journey so far? So by 2015, really, we had only 6 dialysis centers. And from Prof. Matekoli's talk, we've actually come a long way. Because by 1972, when probably not so many centers in UK had dialysis center, we had a dialysis center, albeit just 1 center. 3 in the public, 3 in the private by 2015. Most people were not getting adequate dialysis because your standard dialysis is 3 times a week. But because of a limited number of machines and also the cost, people were not able to afford more frequent dialysis. And at that point, from 2000, we only had 17 transplant patients as well. I think the most recent kidney transplantation we did was towards the end of 2019, where we performed 4 successful kidney transplantations at Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital. Again, Prof. Entry did mention children, unfortunately, are not spared from this menace of kidney disease. And from Prof. Entry's own paper, about 4% at that time of children actually were afflicted with chronic kidney disease. Unfortunately, until 2011, there was no form of chronic kidney replacement therapy for children. And that meant that they unfortunately died if they were afflicted with this disease. Confanochi started peritoneal dialysis for children in 2012 with about 50 patients, and that improved the survival of these children as well. This paper was published by Tano in 2018, and it actually looked at the geographical distribution of the dialysis centers. At that time, we had 15 centers, 7 in public, 8 in private. Total machines of about 103 in the distribution as shown, and that gave us 4.2 hemodialysis machines per million population, and that is woefully inadequate. What is even worse is that majority of these centers were in Greater Accra region. So they were deprived regions that didn't have access, and patients had to travel, and in fact, they had to relocate because you can't travel from place, let's say from Volta region to Greater Accra 2 times a week for dialysis. You had to relocate. So this was quite worrying. And unfortunately, peritoneal dialysis was not available, and it's still not available largely in the adult population. Certain countries like South Africa have actually supported peritoneal dialysis, and it's actually a policy of peritoneal dialysis first, such that all patients who are accepted by the state for sponsorship or funding go through peritoneal dialysis, which is relatively cheaper if you are actually producing your consumables in there. So at 50, what is the progress? Our checks recently, we have 51 dialysis centers, albeit only 40 functional centers, located in 9 out of 16 regions. Fortunately, there's 1 coming up in the Upper West region, and you can see the distribution, majority in the private sector, and that portends higher costs because the private centers would usually be more expensive than public centers. Again, there's that disparity with majority of them in Greater Accra and Kumasi. And this is the trend in the numbers that we've gone through. By 1972, only 1 center in 1 region, and currently we have 4 functional centers distributed in 9 regions. There is some progress, but of course the population is also increasing, and so we need more functional centers to be able to provide adequate dialysis service to our patients. So still quite worrying, about 7 regions still without dialysis centers. Again, there's an inequitable distribution, as I pointed earlier on, with Greater Accra region and Ashanti region having almost all the numbers of centers and 1 each in that, and some of these other regions. In terms of the private, you can see private centers are actually springing up more, and currently there are more private centers compared to public centers. So hopefully we can get up more centers, particularly from the private sector, which will probably be more subsidized and cheaper for the population. Again, like I said, to have adequate, effective hemodialysis centers or services, we need the workforce. We need supervision by trained qualified nephrologists, trained dialysis nurses. But from this survey that we did, only about 40% of these centers are actually manned or supervised by a nephrologist. But how does that compare with other places worldwide? You can see Ghana right in there, over there in the, I think it's orange, We're actually having less than 5 nephrologists per million population. Maybe we should delve in more. Higher income centers actually have more nephrologists per million population, and the low income ones have very low nephrology numbers. Again, when you come into the continent, Africa is lagging behind with an average of 1 nephrologist per million population. And when you look at those countries within Africa, unfortunately, you see Ghana right down there with 0.1 nephrologists per million population. And this was way back in 2018. But we've come a long way since then. In 2010, like I mentioned, 0.1, but it steadily increased to 0.44, still less than 1%. Probably we are training more, but maybe the population is also growing at a faster rate. So we still have fewer nephrologists per million population. And that does not really augur well for the comprehensive management of our chronic kidney disease patients. But what is the problem? The problem is that people are just not interested in going into nephrology. There's declining interest. When you talk to residents in internal medicine, they don't want to do nephrology because they say nephrology is the toughest rotation. You are required at all times. People come with acute kidney injury at all points, and you must intervene with some renal replacement therapy, otherwise they are dying. So it's a lot of stress, so people lose interest. There's less exposure to training. In medical school, I had very little exposure to nephrology, so you don't develop those interests, at that level. There's rising cost of training, and sometimes you may actually need to go out to see other things that pertains to the field of nephrology. For instance, our transplant services that we are trying to make sure it's up and running, but until then, trainees would need to have some exposure to that, and that comes with the cost of that. These are some of the other factors that can affect, that is affecting our nephrology workforce. Again, there are other challenges. There are inadequate dialysis nurses. Quite a few dialysis qualified nurses as it stands now. Fortunately, the Ghana College of Nurses has introduced a program where we are training nurses to become dialysis nurses, and hopefully that would increase that. So we need more people in there to increase the quality of service. We need more technicians, biomedical scientists, because they are actually involved in the day-to-day maintenance and running of those machines. There's less training of dialysis staff, and unfortunately, there's a mass exodus of nurses as well. Unfortunately, with some of them being the trained dialysis nurses, and this is actually a report, as we've seen there on the 30th of August in the graphic online, which reported quite alarming numbers of our nurses actually leaving for greener pastures, and this is really worrying. Again, the cost of dialysis is prohibitive. I'm not going to dwell much on it because Prof. Boyme's talk on finances of dialysis would talk about some of these things as well. Again, we have very low transplant rates, probably just because people cannot afford. It's a one-time lump sum amount for the transplant processes and all that, and people just cannot. In Prof. Boyme's paper recently, which actually looked at people with chronic kidney disease, their willingness to pay for a kidney transplant, as many as 3/4 of them were not willing to pay for transplant. But this could actually be informed by the fact that they just don't have the money to undergo a renal transplantation. Okay. Over the years, there have been a lot of individuals and philanthropists who've been actually supporting the delivery of kidney care in terms of dialysis. Notably amongst them will be the First Sky Group, which is actually doing so well, and it's sponsoring dialysis treatment at least twice a week for some patients receiving their dialysis at Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital. Again, recently the Asasi Foundation raised about 1 million CDs for dialysis machines. So how do we bridge the gap in terms of providing better kidney care in Africa and Ghana, if I may say that? So generally, we need to invest in kidney health care, and there should be ways that we can do this. There should be training of more nephrology workforce, which is not only nephrologists, but also other critical people involved in the provision of adequate nephrology services. There should be tax shifting probably in the meantime. People should be trained on the job to provide certain things. Dialysis centers in the periphery should have some form of a medical officer or physician specialist who has some basic training to be able to man these centers, such that the patients don't just go and connect to machines and get off, and you realize that they're actually not having effective dialysis. Again, we should improve our renal registries, and we've made a start with our first publication, and hopefully we would publish more to gather more research to help us better improve our services. Again, there's a need for community engagement with education on prevention, which is key as it stands now. People at risk, and we are all at risk actually, should have a screening, and which will involve just 2 tests: checking your urine for protein and checking your creatinine and calculating your GFR. So all of us, you have our screening such that we detect these things early and probably institute measures to slow down the progression. There have been quite a number of medications being developed that actually help in that regard. So we should take opportunity. And it's quite sad seeing people presenting late when they could have been detected early and probably something done in the beginning. Again, let's take advantage of the World Kidney Day. This year we had it in Kumasi, and it was quite successful. Let's take advantage of this to advocate more, educate people, not just patients, but also healthcare providers, to help in detecting and managing kidney disease and referring early to nephrology services. So in conclusion, we've really come a long way in improving kidney health in Ghana. Still major challenges, as I've highlighted, and efforts should go into prevention of kidney disease, and that is the least we can do. I'd like to congratulate our founding fathers once again. Probably most of them that were mentioned, I was not even born, but at least Prof. Matekoli, Dr. Edu, and the others, we are very grateful to have had you starting this for us and then helping us maintain and improve kidney care, but there's still more to be done in that regard. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Inusa. That's been very revealing, and I'm sure we'll all work towards improving the nephrology workforce for the country. Before we take our next speaker, I want to introduce a few dignitaries who have just joined us. So the first is the representative of His Majesty the Government Chair. So we have here in our midst Ni Ahini Nunu III. In private life, he's known as Mr. Samuel William Ni Akrashi Nunu. And he's from the Abola Patashi royal family. I hope I'm getting it right. He had his primary education at the St. Anthony's Preparatory School and proceeded to Adisada College for his O-level certificate, Accra Academy for his A-level certificate, and Gimpa for a degree in public administration. Mr. Ni Ahini Nunu worked with the District Assembly for a while before traveling to the USA, where he enrolled with the Wayne County Community College to study criminal justice. He worked with GFS Limited, Chrysler Cars Company, and other companies. Currently is a government appointee as an assembly member with the Accra Metropolitan Assembly. He's also the paramount chief of the Abola traditional area and the chief advisor to His Majesty King Taki Teiko Chu II, the Government Chair. Please help me acknowledge Ni Ahini Nunu. You are welcome, sir. Also, the Speaker of Parliament couldn't be with us today, but he has a rep in the person of Mr. Peter Bamfo, who is the special aide to the Right Honorable Speaker. You are welcome, sir. Our next talk will be on financing kidney replacement therapy in Ghana. the health provider's perspective. And to do this for us is one of our own very dedicated nephrologists at the Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital. He is an associate professor of medicine at the University of Ghana Medical School and the Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital, and he's currently the head of the renal unit of the Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital. It's my honor to invite Professor Vincent Boema to give us that talk.
Your Excellency, our chairman, the chief, my own bosses, Dr. Siasari, you are all welcome to this occasion of actually recognizing one of the treatment options over the last 50 years, which is life-saving. And my predecessors have done a good job so far, but we are talking now about financing this particular treatment option in our country. So talking about financing dialysis in Ghana, and I'll go along this line. Chronic kidney disease is a devastating silent illness, and you don't start feeling symptoms until you've lost almost 90% of your kidney function, and then you have progressed to end-stage kidney disease where you require transplant or dialysis for survival. Estimates in the sub-region, that is sub-Saharan African sub-region, show that almost 14% of our people have chronic kidney disease. And just like it was said earlier on by previous speakers, most of these patients present already very late, needing kidney replacement therapy in the form of dialysis or transplantation. The incidence of this disease is rising in the sub-region purely because of the increase in the incidence of the risk factors, including diabetes and hypertension. And this is placing a burden on the already constrained healthcare resource that we have in our country. So a research that was done by one of my bosses, Dr. Safo et al., in 2010 about among hypertensives showed that almost 47% of the hypertensive patients have chronic kidney disease, and they are at risk of end-stage kidney disease, which will eventually require a kidney replacement therapy, as stated earlier on. Putting this together, it probably suggests that almost 4 to 6 million Ghanaians may be suffering from CKD and may progress to end-stage kidney disease, which may require dialysis or perhaps transplant. If you extrapolate this from data from the US, it suggests again that there are about almost 60,000 people out there who have end-stage kidney disease and will need dialysis, and probably almost 70% of them may not be able to afford because of cost issues. This slide is just to show you that unfortunately, these people who are being afflicted by this disease are very young. They are in their work, they are the workforce of our society. They are in the prime of their life, trying to work out there to do something, but are being afflicted by end-stage kidney disease, which will hook them onto dialysis, for which they can unfortunately not afford. If you compare this to what pertains elsewhere in the UK, you will see from that graph that most of the patients in high-income countries who develop end-stage kidney disease are well above 65 years or 70 years of age, while in our part of the world, most of these people are between the ages of 20 to 50 years. Really, these are the economically productive group of our society who should be out there working, but are being afflicted by disease, and therefore there's loss of productivity. So when these young people get this disease, what can be done for them? When they progress to end-stage kidney disease, they need kidney replacement therapy, and that is in the form of dialysis or kidney transplant. The dialysis is in two forms: peritoneal dialysis and hemodialysis. And largely, as has been said earlier on, is hemodialysis that we have in the country in more than 90% of cases. But there is a need for us to establish the other forms of kidney replacement therapy in the form of kidney transplantation or peritoneal dialysis. So when these people get this disease, who pays for it? How do they pay for it? It's out of pocket. And imagine they're very young, starting life. How much do they have? How long can they continue paying from their pocket? Some are lucky, their organizations, their institutions, NGOs sponsor them, etc. Some also get family members to pay for them. There are some philanthropists who are paying for dialysis as well, like was mentioned by Dr. Jalal earlier on. First Sky Group has been paying at least 2 sessions of dialysis for almost 90% of the patients for the past 4 years or so, and they are still doing it. And this is something to be commended, and I think that others are encouraged to follow suit. But most of these modes of payment, as you can agree with me, may not be sustainable in the long term. So what must be done? And looking at the cost of dialysis in Ghana, mostly it ranges between 400 to 595 Ghana cedis per a session of dialysis. The ideal treatment regimen is 3 times a week. So imagine somebody is paying 400 Ghana cedis per session. That translates to almost about 1,002 Ghana cedis every week, and about 4,800 Ghana cedis every month, and 57,600 Ghana cedis per year. Imagine, because the person cannot afford, so he's doing twice a week. That comes to 800 Ghana cedis per week and 38,400 Ghana cedis per year. Now, the kidney disease brings other problems, which is low hemoglobin, anemia. And the anemia has to be treated with an injection called erythropoietin. That also comes at a cost. And currently, the cost is between 120 to 150 per vial. If the person is taking 2 vials, that's about, assuming he's paying 120, for instance. If he's taking 2 vials, that's 240 per injection. If he's taking, say, 2 vials twice a week, that comes to 480 Ghana cedis per injection. And that alone is taking another sum of money. We'll put this into context in the next few slides. So there are other costs that place a burden on these people. The cost of medications, cost of treating hypertension, cost of treating diabetes, cholesterol problems, cost of treating their heart problems, etc. Cost of transportation, like Dr. Jalil said earlier on. Some have to travel from far to Accra to get dialysis. We have people traveling from Koforidua, from Nkoko to Accra to get dialysis. Where do they get the money from? Opportunity cost. People, relatives have to take care of these people. They stop work and taking care of these people. The value of your time, they could have been out there earning money, but they are taking care of these people. That family income is lost. When you put this into context in terms of what people earn in Ghana, generally using, say, the minimum wage, for instance, assuming somebody is earning just around that, even the erythropoietin alone, which was 480 per week, the person cannot afford. When you just look, and this money is being competed for by other responsibilities, family, taking care of people, paying school fees, utility bills, etc. So how are they making it? Gross salary range for most Ghanaians, probably in Ghana, what I got from the internet is between 867 to almost 4,600. And how many of these people can really afford the cost of dialysis? As I explained on the previous slides, imagine the person is even doing twice a week. By this salary, the person can barely afford anything, maybe not at all. What happens to these people when they attempt to go through this treatment? financial hardship. Treatment cost is the problem they can't afford. They start paying over time, they deplete their resources, and then there's a problem. Income loss, because once some of them get laid off, when they start dialysis, they lose their job. There's decreased productivity. And some of them who also have their own private businesses have to go to the dialysis center 3 times a week. There's decreased productivity. They are not at work to do their job. They lose their jobs, low incomes. For those who are already working, their income levels are too low for them to really afford. Some are unemployed already because before being afflicted by this disease. There's increased dependency because they can't afford in the long term, so they tend to depend on family members. They tend to deplete their savings, deplete family resources. There's liquidation of assets just to pay for this treatment. In the long run, everything is gone. They incur debt. In fact, I remember one person who borrowed money and went to India for transplant, came back and cannot afford the anti-rejection medications. Dr. Adu is here, he bears witness to that. We had to borrow drugs just to help this person all the time. They filed for bankruptcy because of this, the money spent on treatment. Some withdraw from treatment because in the long run they can't afford. This leads to anxiety, depression, poor quality of life, and increases the risk of mortality in our patients. So how is kidney replacement therapy funded in other African countries in the sub-region? In South Africa, it's funded by the state, but it's a form of rationing system whereby those who are eligible for transplant are admitted into a kidney replacement therapy program, and therefore you tend to get your dialysis or transplant free once you meet that criteria of being eligible for transplant in the long term. So when you get on dialysis, there's hope that you go off the dialysis and get a transplant. That's the way they are doing theirs. In Sudan, it is state funded. They fund 2 sessions of dialysis per week, free. In Kenya, a similar experience is there where they fund 2 dialysis sessions per week, free. In Botswana, dialysis and transplant are funded by the state. In Libya, they fund it using taxes. They fund dialysis mainly, not transplant, using taxes. Similar thing is happening in Tanzania, but I couldn't get the data. But this is what is happening in other African countries in the sub-region. What can we do for our people? So the way forward, I think, as I've explained earlier on, people paying out of pocket is mostly not sustainable. The funding has to be sustainable and preferably from government budgets. Perhaps it may be sustainable. We need to educate our government officials to understand the importance of sustaining this funding for treatment. There perhaps could be a public-private partnerships between a big dialysis company and government to really see how this can be funded in the long term or treated. Can subsidize cost? Can maybe government commit to say, for instance, partially paying for it, let's say 50% cost, and maybe the patients pay 50%? Or can there be any other criteria to partially support, to subsidize the cost? Can NHIS cover the anemia treatment I mentioned earlier on, for instance, which the patients need for survival? Or can they partially cover also the dialysis, maybe partially or completely? Let me leave it there for the policymakers to make a decision. I'm not a policymaker at this point. Can we establish a sustainable transplant program? Because like my Jalil said earlier on, this is probably the best way to go because it's more cost effective in the long term. Survival is better, it's more convenient. So can we look at establishing a sustainable transplant program in the country? Local production of consumables, as I've mentioned earlier on, for one of the treatment options which I mentioned was peritoneal dialysis. If it is possible to produce the dialysis solutions locally in the country, it is possible that the cost of dialysis will be lower and bearable by the average individual. And my president of the GKA, Professor Entry, had been working on that with the intravenous infusions, and we would hope that today, after today's presentation, we will get some support from our policymakers to push this agenda with the intravenous infusions forward so we can really produce these solutions in the country and see if this treatment option can be introduced at an affordable cost for Ghanaians, the youth, the young people, the workforce of our society who are being afflicted by this disease. And on that note, I would say thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Vincent Boema. That's very revealing, and I'm sure for all of us here, we can testify that it will be difficult for most people in Ghana to afford dialysis if, unfortunately, they get kidney disease. And that's why we are here. We'll have to see how to support our people. Thank you very much once again, Prof. Before we take the next speaker, I want to introduce two dignitaries with us. We have Professor Ivan Adai-Mensah with us, a former Vice Chancellor of the University of Ghana. Thank you, Prof. You are welcome. Then we have Dr. Eric Nanaya Onyako, who is representing the Dean of the University of Ghana Medical School. So still on the financing, we've heard from a doctor's perspective. We want to hear from somebody who has been through this and is still supporting himself through dialysis. He's a banker who has worked for over 15 years. He's done a lot in the banking sector, but I think that today we will not talk much about that. But most importantly, he's passionate about how to support patients patients who have kidney disease on dialysis. So please help me welcome Mr. Korle-Bu Bamafo, who will be talking about the patient's perspective.
Your Excellency, Your Royal Highness, a very good morning to all distinguished guests gathered here. Kindly permit me to stand on all protocols established. The case of chronic kidney disease and the resultant need for replacement therapy has been on a sharp ascendancy within the last 10 years. Regardless of the stage of development, financing for kidney disease are usually not a simple discussion for the patient due to the huge cost involved over time as a patient. As a patient, I cannot help but notice that the current structure or system for offering treatment is not the best. My name is Korle-Bu Bamafo. I am here to speak on the financing of kidney replacement therapy from the patient's perspective. Thank you. The first point I'd like to speak about is on the financing of cost of therapy. The treatment of this condition is one of the most capital-intensive medical procedures an individual will have to contend with. Most patients pay out of pocket or use their savings or the contributions from family. I recall a story a young man told me at the dialysis center, that his cost of treatment was being funded by an uncle who was out of the country. Because of the current inflation rates, prices for treatment were going up, and he suddenly became very frustrated and anxious. And his reason was that already from the posture of the relative paying for the treatment, it appeared that he was overburdened. And so he could see that with the increase in cost, it was only a matter of time before this uncle told him that he could no longer support. And this young man was an Uber driver and currently unemployed. Individuals who are fortunate to be employed with large corporates may receive financial assistance in the form of health insurance packages sponsored by their employers. It is worthy of note that the therapy is not limited to dialysis sessions only. There are medications that are given to the patient to maintain their HB levels within the approved limits to forestall further deterioration of the patient's condition. I believe Professor Boima has elaborated extensively on that area. The high cost of consumables for treatment also causes the operating cost of these centers to skyrocket. Guess who the costs are passed on to? It is the patient. Another area I'd like to speak on is the availability of ancillary medical services in that area. Diagnosis to patients sometimes sounds like a death sentence. I recall the first 6 months after I was diagnosed. I felt like my life had come to an end. I had 2 kids who were under 5 years old. I had a young and beautiful wife. The questions going through my mind was, what have I done with my life so far? What am I leaving behind? And my wife will testify. I became very irritant, always isolating myself, trying to figure out what am I leaving behind for my family. Because as far as I was concerned, that was the end of the line for me. I had to seek the help of my religious leaders to calm my mind. I also did a lot of research on the condition and life after diagnosis to be able to realize that there was life after renal failure. If I had had psychological counseling, I believe I would not have had to deal with my fears alone. Again, is that of dietary advice and services. The few dietitians I was privileged to interact with seemed to be approaching things from a generalist point of view. With time and research, I realized that the status quo does not apply to all patients. For example, all patients are told to stay away from coconut juice due to the high potassium content. However, there was a point in time when I was advised by my doctor to take some coconut juice before treatment to offset a condition I was experiencing at the time. Another patient may see me consuming coconut juice and assume that it is fine and start taking coconut juice. Guess what will happen? Also, dietitians appear to rely heavily on Western research dietary information as their only source of information. They therefore tend not to have a lot of options on our Ghanaian cuisine and the foods that we like. Gobe, fufu, banku and okro, ampesi, and the likes. Another issue of note is the access to information on the condition and its management and lifestyle changes it comes with. The access to information on this condition is nothing to write home about for us patients. One cannot easily come by information on the condition and treatment options. This is very frustrating to patients and their loved ones. This leaves room for a lot of speculation for trial and error with herbal medications and several unmentionable practices in the hope that they may heal the person's kidneys. Many a times, these practices result in the loss of life for the patient or is extremely financially costly when there is a return to orthodox medication. I was told a story by another patient on the dialysis machine that his mother and his wife had heard a rumor that when you mix raw kokonte powder with cold water and you ingest, it helps to restore kidney function. And even though the patient did not want to do that, he was forced to take it because it was coming from people he loved and people who cared about him. Another area I would like to speak on is the lack of policy on organ donation and transplant. Thank you. Even though a lot of work has been done on this area, I am informed that legislation is still in Parliament and is yet to be passed. This is encouraging exploitation by unscrupulous individuals in the space. Some people, out of poverty, are hunting for dialysis centers and offering to sell their kidneys to patients for a fee. If the patient has the means and is willing, then your guess is as good as mine. Last but definitely not the least is advocacy for kidney patients. Currently, there is no group advocating for CKD patients. Patients are left to their own devices in seeking to influence and lobby policymakers in the interest of us patients. These conditions, as I have touched on, are occurring and need immediate attention from all stakeholders. As the data is showing, the rate of occurrence in Africa is 4 times that of high-income countries, and the age group most affected and most at risk ranges between 20 years to 50 years. These are the most productive age groups in our population. We have examples in the International Sickle Cell Center, the Association for HIV Patients, just to mention a few. These groups are advocating for their members and are able to lobby and influence policy direction. I believe that CKD patients need such a group to advocate for ourselves. I would like now to, these numbers just goes to show how much a patient will be paying weekly and monthly for dialysis treatment. It ranges for a month between 3,000 to 7,000 Ghana cedis a month. How much does the average Ghanaian earn? I believe Professor Boima has spoken largely about this, and I would not belabor the point. I would like now to speak about the future state, what we would like to see. The first point will be on government policy and subsidies. We implore government, Your Excellency, to look at the space, deliberate and come up with some policies to open the space for private sector investment, for example. For example, we all know that the cost of dialysis treatment is very expensive, as has already been shown. One thing we believe the government can do is to propose some forms of tax incentives to corporate bodies who actively decide to invest in some dialysis centers and facilities. We all know that the government cannot sponsor or finance every development project. However, with corporate and social responsibility activities gaining momentum, government can take advantage and structure some tax incentives to encourage corporate bodies to invest in that area and support centers and facilities dedicated to the provision of kidney treatment services. Secondly, with the soaring cost of medical consumables used by the dialysis centers, which are all imported, government assistance in subsidizing the import duty cost for these consumables will go a long way to reduce the operating cost of kidney treatment centers, which are in turn passed onto the patient. Furthermore is the review of the donor policy for kidney transplants. The information out there is the donor must be a blood relative. This makes it difficult for willing donors who are not family to assist loved ones. It also helps create a black market for trading kidneys for financial gain by unscrupulous players. Example, there are stories of some donors who actively go around hospitals seeking kidney patients so they can sell their kidneys for financial gain. I believe I've mentioned this already. I believe that a well-structured system for both donors and beneficiaries will go a long way to help curb all these unwanted activities. Last but not the least, we would like to plead with government to include kidney dialysis centers in all the district hospitals being constructed under Agenda 111. Currently, if anyone undergoing dialysis treatment must work outside Accra and Kumasi, the person cannot stay for more than 2 days. After 2 days, he or she will have to rush back to a kidney dialysis center in Accra or Kumasi. and this is impacting negatively on economic productivity of these highly skilled individuals. The next point will be on corporate partnerships. It is not a new thing to see corporate bodies adopting wards in certain health facilities and refurbishing these facilities. They even establish a yearly relationship where financial and other assistance is given as a corporate social responsibility project. What beats me is why this kind of relationship and projects are not being extended to kidney treatment facilities. Again, I am aware of other jurisdictions outside this country where health facilities have units within their administration who actively seek assistance of philanthropists and civil society in creating various funds to assist the needy and less fortunate who end up in their facilities for treatment, yet not be financially capable of paying. This practice, I believe, is worth emulating for kidney therapy centers. Partnerships with diplomatic missions, Other areas worthy of note and exploration is the seeking of partnerships with foreign diplomatic missions. I believe majority of health facilities can actively engage the commercial divisions of our esteemed foreign missions for partnerships and possible investors, especially for kidney treatment centers. This will bring to the fore needed information which will enable these missions to provide accurate data for their nationals who may be interested in investing or going into management partnerships with centers in that field here in Ghana. Another area is continuous professional development. As a dialysis patient, one area I have found lacking is the provision of ancillary medical services for patients, such as psychological and dietary care for CKD patients. We believe that as much as nephrologists are constantly upgrading their knowledge with skills, emphasis should also be placed on specializing in these ancillary medical services to aid CKD patients who sometimes feel like they have been handed a death sentence. Nurses in nephrology must also be given their due as specialists with opportunities to develop their skills further. They are key to the well-being and psychology of patients. Last but not the least is my point of advocacy. There are ongoing discussions to organize CKD patients to form an advocacy group. Such a group will serve as a source of information for patients on how to access various medical services, advocate for the welfare of patients, and provide some form of assistance where possible for its members. It is also hoped that the group will be able to engage leadership at the policy level and bring concerns and issues to their attention to guide policy formulation. At this point, I'd like to bring my presentation to a close, and I'd like to thank you all for your time and for the opportunity to speak on behalf of my fellow patients. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure that was touching, very informative, and I am sure that what is happening today will bring the much needed change for tomorrow. Thank you very much, Mr. Kurati. We are grateful. So we'll be hearing from our guest of honor very soon. But just before that, one of our senior colleagues will be putting everything we've heard so far together. We'll be looking at the challenges and the way forward. To do this, we have our former head of the renal unit, Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital, and currently the medical director of the Bank of Ghana. Please help me welcome Dr. Charlotte Osafo.
Your Excellency, Your Royal Highness, Mr. Chairman, permit me to stand on the already established protocols by my earlier speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to deliver a speech at this very important occasion of celebrating 50 years of dialysis in Ghana. 50 years in the life of a person or anything is really a golden moment. This celebration is therefore a great event in the history of Ghana. It is against this background that I am even more excited that as a country, we have decided to mark this very important journey. This will offer us the opportunity to reflect on the works we have done so far and how to strategize going forward. I want to express my sincerest gratitude to Ghana Kidney Association for inviting me to share some thoughts and insights on the challenges in dialysis and the way forward. In this address, I will establish the context for the challenges confronting dialysis, then talk about the challenges and finally propose some solutions that will take us to the centenary celebrations. Mr. Chairman, dialysis is one of the treatment modalities or renal replacement therapies for the management of end-stage kidney disease. The other treatment options include transplantation and conservative care. As we all know, dialysis performs the function of the kidneys if they have failed. The machine will filter and purify the blood using a machine, as our senior colleague has already told us. And this helps one's fluid and electrolytes to be balanced. We have heard that there are 3 types of dialysis. We have hemodialysis, we have peritoneal dialysis, and we have hemofiltration, which is usually used in intensive care units for patients with acute kidney failure. Mr. Chairman, the burden of chronic kidney disease, we've been told, is increasing globally. The prevalence of CKD is estimated to be between 10 to 13% globally. In sub-Saharan Africa, it is 13.9%, and in Ghana, it is about 14%. These figures are frightening as compared to the time when dialysis surfaced in Ghana in 1972, as our dear Prof. Matekole told us. At that time, the first dialysis machine was procured for a named patient by his company. That means 1 dialysis machine for 1 patient at the time. The implication was that he will have adequate dialysis at least 3 times in a week, and his quality of living was going to improve, and he was going to be functional and productive, contributing to the economy, his organization, and family. End-stage renal disease, we all know, is a chronic condition, and the goal of treatment is to improve the quality of life of the patient. For dialysis treatment, the objective is to achieve adequate dialysis, as mentioned earlier, at least 3 dialysis sessions in a week. In order to reach this objective for the patient to be functional, the following elements need to be in place. 1, you need to have a functional dialysis machine. You need supplies for the machine. You need skilled mix of staff, nephrologists, renal nurses, technicians, among others. You need support services, laboratory investigations, and then medicines. And then you also need knowledge about the condition. The challenges in dialysis are the availability or non-availability of these elements. Mr. Chairman, I will highlight the challenges under the following headings. Access to dialysis services. So access to services has 3 dimensions to it: accessibility, affordability, and acceptability. Accessibility. On accessibility of dialysis service, according to a paper that has been quoted a lot in this, all the presentations, is the study that was done by our own Dr. Tano. And the data was collected in 2016. And we had 103 hemodialysis machines in 15 dialysis centers, accessible to 652 patients. This gives a ratio of 7 patients to 1 dialysis machine. This would have been the best scenario were it not for the unequitable distribution of these services across the country. The majority of the services were in Greater Accra and Ashanti regions. 5 regions had no dialysis services. The situation has improved, as Dr. Inusa presented, but the services are still limited. When we talk about affordability, besides the limited access, patients who can access have to pay high price for the services, excluding the support services, that is labs and medicines. On average, as Prof. Boyma mentioned in his presentation, dialysis costs about $400 per session, for 3 sessions per week to achieve adequate dialysis. This means in a month, one will need to pay about $4,800, and then in a year it will translate to $57,600. This is a huge barrier for many dialysis patients and their families. CKD should not be a disease of poor people, but in our case in Ghana and Africa, it is young men and women who are affected. The cost is related to the cost of consumables for dialysis, which are all imported items. Then acceptability. Acceptability has to do with patients' choice in the provision of services. I can say that many patients are even grateful that they have the services available in Ghana, even though they are faced with lack of privacy in some of the dialysis centers and inconvenient scheduling for services. In fact, some have to come as early as 4 a.m. and complete dialysis around 8 a.m. A few who can afford acquire their own dialysis machines, which are installed in their homes, and they access it at their convenience. Quality of services. To obtain quality of services, the following should be available: specialized, skilled, and competent staff, medicines, and adequate supplies. We do not have enough trained and motivated health workforce to provide all the needed nephrology care in the country. Dr. Inusa quoted less than 5 nephrologists per million population. I think in actual figures, we have about 14 nephrologists, including those who have retired and are still very active providing services in the country. And this has led to many dialysis centers being supported by non-nephrologists. The other essential healthcare professionals, such as dialysis nurses, vascular surgeons, and dialysis technicians required are also in short supply. The short supply of these healthcare professionals puts pressure on the few who make themselves available to the other centers to support patient care. In addition to the short supply of professionals, there are many instances where there is short supply of consumables for dialysis. This affects the quality of services provided. And then knowledge about the condition. Mr. Chairman, the challenge relating to CKD is twofold. CKD is known to be caused by hypertension, diabetes, glomerulonephritis, among others. However, the cause of kidney failure is unknown in many patients on dialysis. This is a challenge to managing the condition. We need to discover more knowledge to help patients. The second part of it is to do with preventive efforts. The Bible says, "For lack of knowledge, my people perish." Many people lack knowledge about the kidney and its functions, as was also mentioned by Mr. Banafo, Mr. Cranton, Banafo. The things we do that cause damage to the kidneys. Without this general knowledge, many lifestyle choices are made that affect the kidney. Mr. Chairman, as we celebrate 50 years of progress, what can we do that at 100 years celebration, we can say that we have built on the foundation laid down by our pioneers? I indicated earlier that goal of treatment for end-stage kidney disease is to improve the quality of life of the patient. The first and foremost effective way to achieve this is to prevent people from getting chronic kidney disease. This means active education on lifestyle choices that prevents primary causes of CKD, hypertension, diabetes, among others. The Ministry of Health has encouraged the adoption of healthy lifestyle as one of its policy objectives in the National Health Policy. This policy should be backed with cost-effective strategies to educate communities on obesity, salt intake, hypertension, diabetes. We should also establish national screening program for early detection of CKD to identify those at risk of CKD and start treatment to slow progression of the disease. I believe the second effective way is to establish a national transplant program. Transplantation is the actual treatment for end-stage kidney disease. So to improve lives, there is the need to establish a renal transplant program, which is sustainable. Ghana has had some success in starting transplantation with partners from the UK. First, there is the need for the Ministry of Health to provide the needed regulation for transplantation. The second is to create collaborative centers where transplantation can be carried out. Then capacity can be developed for the implementation of the transplantation program. Finally, a funding scheme should be established to support the transplant program. The third is to strengthen and expand the existing dialysis treatment programs, to train more nephrologists, renal nurses, and technicians. National Health Insurance Authority to expand coverage for dialysis commodities and services. For instance, coverage for erythropoietin and full coverage for dialysis patients. Expand dialysis access by establishing dialysis centers in all regional and selected district hospitals. And also to use the 1D, 1F to facilitate the production of dialysis consumables. Mr. Chairman, to conclude, I wish to take this opportunity to say ayiko to all the pioneers, the septuagenarians and octogenarians who are still supporting dialysis patients, the new generation team of doctors, nurses and technicians, and the Ghana Kidney Association. Despite the many challenges, we know that there is light at the end of the tunnel, and we will do our best for patients to have the quality of life, to enjoy time with family, and contribute to the development of our beloved nation, Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Osafo. So despite the many challenges, we know there's light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you. The next will be the address by our guest of honor, and to introduce him will be the president of the Ghana Kidney Association, Professor Entry. Oh, please clap for him.
amazing. And here he said, hallelujah. Anytime I stand there. So we come to a very important part of this program. And like the previous speakers have said, today is a very great day for Ghana Kidney Association. On behalf of all Ghanaians, because the Ghana Kidney Association is there for you and me. Because I have no other person than the Vice President of the Republic, who is in our midst, have heard of all the things we talk about, and we know for sure that something good will follow from this interaction. So the Vice President, Your Excellency, is not a new person to us. Everybody knows the Vice President, for his affable personality. We all know how affable he is. I have a lot of sense of humor. We know his economic prowess, all the challenges notwithstanding. The person we have actually called the digital wizard, Mr. Digital Man. Some of his people call him the Adam Smith of Wali Wali. So, ladies and gentlemen, with a standing ovation, can we call the Vice President to take a seat?
Thank you very much. Our chairman, Dr. John Nkrumah Mills, representative of His Royal Majesty King Takite Kochuru II, a representative of the Right Honorable Speaker, representative of the Minister for Health, the Presidential Advisor on Health, Dr. Nsia Asari, and the President of the Ghana Kidney Association, Professor Samson Enchi, Rector of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons, distinguished invited guests here, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to express my profound gratitude to you and the leadership of the Ghana Kidney Association for inviting me to be part of this history, commemorating 50 years of dialysis in Ghana. The theme for this symposium is 50 years of dialysis in Ghana, the past, present, and the future, gives us the opportunity, as we have been doing this morning, to reflect on the past and the present and plan for a successful future. Mr. Chairman, as has been stated in what we have listened to this morning, dialysis in Ghana started at the Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital in 1972. And until this time, patients in Ghana who were diagnosed of kidney disease largely died without access to this life-saving treatment. We are eternally grateful to the pioneers who brought dialysis to Ghana. The late Dr. Yao Enimado, consultant physician, Sister Ohene Ampofo, the Department of Medicine at Korle-Bu Hospital, the late Professor J.K.M. Korte, of Urology, Professor Edward Yeboah, and Dr. B.F. Ribeiro. Mr. Chairman, dialysis treatment has advanced over the years. And today we have seen a great improvement in the manufacturing of dialysis machines, which has resulted in less complications than before. and the duration of dialysis has reduced from several days in 1945 to about 4 hours per session. In Ghana, the number of dialysis centers has also increased from just one center in Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital to about 15 at the end of 2018. And I believe this number has increased since 2018. There are more specialist doctors and nurses now than we had 50 years ago. And all these achievements and more account for the successes chalked over the past 50 years. So we'll say Ayiko to the Ghana Kidney Association. Despite these achievements, there exist many challenges as we have been listening to today. And first has been the high cost of dialysis. This is a major challenge. The cost of treating a person with kidney disease is very expensive as we have heard. The high cost of dialysis has led to the premature death of many people who could not afford to pay. As we heard, the patient undergoing 3 sessions of dialysis will need to pay an estimated over 50,000 Ghana cedis a year for treatment. This amount is exclusive of laboratory investigations, medications, and the transportation to the hospital. We also have the high cost of a kidney transplant. Although kidney transplantation is a preferred treatment, it is expensive and beyond the reach of most patients. Hemodialysis is the most common form of dialysis in Ghana. However, access is limited. There are a few dialysis machines in Ghana compared to other African countries like Egypt and Nigeria. The Tano study, Tano et al. 2018 study, which has been referred to, says that in 2016, the number of dialysis centers in Ghana were 15, with 103 dialysis machines serving over 30 million people. And out of the 103 machines, 65 machines, representing 63%, were located in Greater Accra region only. So the majority of regions in Ghana do not have dialysis centers and machines. Other challenges include the uncontrolled advertisement and sale of certain herbal concoctions, the proliferation of herbal medical centers and their advertisement on our main and social media platforms needs to be monitored by the Food and Drugs Authority. Some studies have shown an association between these medical medication use and the incidence of kidney disease. Acute kidney injury from the use of herbal remedies is said to account for about 30 to 35% of all cases of acute kidney failures in Africa. We also have the pollution of soil and water bodies. The pollution of water bodies and our soils can have serious effects on our kidney health. We as a people should be worried about the consequences of illegal mining, also known as galamsey. The continuous pollution of our water bodies with chemicals will cause kidney disease in the people who drink from these water bodies. Some of these chemicals may find their way in our plants when we plant in these contaminated soils. For instance, arsenic and mercury used in processing the gold have shown to predispose people to kidney disease. These challenges, ladies and gentlemen, if not addressed, will negatively affect the quality of care given to patients on dialysis. Mr. Chairman, as we move into the future, there is the need to increase the number of dialysis centers in the country and ensure their equitable distribution across the 16 regions of Ghana. And this status quo cannot continue. In addition to the teaching hospitals, the ideal is to see every district and regional hospital have a functioning dialysis unit that can take care of patients under their care. And as you all know, there's a project of Agenda 111 which is going on. Dr. Nsia Sari is very much at the heart of seeing to the execution of these projects. And I think that this issue should be very seriously considered to make sure we can have functioning dialysis units in these hospitals. Of course, but that means that we need to also focus on the training of nurses and doctors to be able to man these units. So you cannot just put in the infrastructure without the training. There should be a conscious effort to increase the training, as I said, to meet the ever-increasing demand. The more people we train, the more specialists we will have to provide dialysis treatment, even at the district levels. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot more must be done to make dialysis affordable to the average person. This calls for concerted efforts from everyone, including government and the private sector. And you know, one of the issues that has come up here is the request for government to take steps to make sure that the NHIS is able to cover dialysis treatment as we have in places like Kenya, where government has been very much involved in doing this. One of the this is a very good point, and I think that at the very least, the NHIS at least could cover treatment for children on dialysis to start with. One of the last couple of years, one of the areas we've looked at, Dr. Nsia Sari and I have been worked on this area to look at sickle cell disease, for example, where we've made sure the NHIS is covering hydroxyurea for people on sickle cell disease, and that has come to pass, and it is now the case. We also push to make sure childhood cancers are also now covered under the NHIS. So I think the third goal now for us is to push for dialysis. But this, of course, I mean, when we were pushing for childhood cancers to be covered, we saw the difficulty that the NHIS was facing because it really stressed, all the stress tests showed that there was going to be a major stress on their finances. And so, whilst we also advocate for the NHIS to come in, we should also think about their finances and also advocate for more financing for the NHIS to make whatever challenges they take on sustainable. Otherwise, we don't want to break the NHIS in the process, then everybody loses out. So we should also look at our willingness to pay a little more to make sure that the NHIS is functioning. One of the clear areas that we have seen in all the presentations have repeated about the cost of consumables as a major factor, because many of these consumables and everything are imported. And of course, that means, you know, we are at the mercy of the high import costs. And of course, you know, we have to find a foreign exchange to import them in the first place and all of that. But a significant part of it is that we have to import all the dialysates and other consumables that we use in dialysis. And so I think that last week, for example, I had a meeting where we were looking at the progress on our vaccine manufacturing in Ghana. with DK vaccines to see how the process of the vaccine manufacturing, which was one of the lessons we learned from COVID, was to make sure we built capacity to manufacture vaccines in Ghana. And the process is going on well and all of that. But the vaccine manufacturing is actually a lot more complicated than if we were to manufacture some of the composites for dialysis in Ghana. So if you look at dialysates, for example, I believe very, very firmly that in collaboration with the private sector, what we have done to bring in vaccine manufacturing in Ghana, we can do the same for dialysate manufacturing in Ghana. We can do it. It's less complicated than what we have for vaccines. And so government would be prepared to support in whatever way to make sure we manufacture here. Therefore, we reduce the cost component and make sure there is affordability. So Dr. Nsiasari, you can liaise with the Ghana Kidney Association, and we can see how to support to make sure that at least for dialysates, we can manufacture them in Ghana. I'm sure the private sector will be willing. And the government is not averse to tax incentives for the private sector to do this. And I think that we should also not ignore the first best solution, which is the transplantation, and do whatever we can to support transplants in Ghana, because that really is the first best solution that we have. So going forward, I think we have more work to do, but we should support people who have donors but do not have money to pay for the surgery. Mr. Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by appreciating the Ghana Kidney Association for continuously championing the cause of kidney health. I also want to particularly thank the founders that we mentioned. A lot of people have really benefited from the major, innovations that took place right at the beginning, the start of dialysis in Ghana by Dr. Enimado and his contemporaries. So just major that we did. We forever owe them a debt of gratitude. Sister Ampofu here, Hene Ampofu here, that team that started this whole process, it's really, really remarkable. We thank you so much. Ghana owes you a debt of gratitude. And as government, we will support for the Ghana Kidney Foundation. Happy 50 years celebration of dialysis in Ghana. Thank you for your attention. God bless us all.
Sorry, before our Vice President says, we want to take advantage of his presence here to acknowledge one of the philanthropic group who have done a yeoman job to sponsor dialysis. I think Professor Boima mentioned it in his speech. And so the First Sky Group, are they here? Please, can you come up and then the citation will be read, and then the Vice President will present the citation to you.
Okay. So as they come up, I read. Citation of appreciation to the First Sky Group. The Ghana Kidney Association is grateful for your immense contribution to the care of persons with kidney disease in Ghana. Through your support, many individuals and families and communities have been positively impacted. We look forward to an even stronger collaboration in the years ahead, from the Ghana Kidney Association to the First Sky Group.
All right. Thank you very much. Please, we can take our seat, but we want our invited dignitaries to come up. We are talking about the executives of GK and all our invited dignitaries to come up, and then we take a picture with the Vice President before he takes leave of us. First Sky, I think you can join us.
The patients can. And then after the shunt, we take them over.
Okay. But were there any challenges even in the good old days?
Well, the challenges were the supplies, you know.
So you could run short of supplies.
Yes, but I make sure that I don't run all out. Yes, because you never know when you're going to have a patient, you know.
And it was a ministry who was facilitating the supplies entry to the
Yes, yes.
The Ministry of
The Ministry of Health.
the Ministry of Health. So the main challenge.
And then they set up this supply commission at the Republic House. And I had to go and threaten somebody. When I went, I asked, when am I going to get my supplies? And they said, you know, I said, look, we are all patients working here because this is an emergency. So you can be going home after work, you get involved in an accident, and you will bring you, and I'll tell you I have no supplies. I don't think that I'm being difficult because there's nothing I can use for you. Oh, madam, you are threatening me. I said, I'm not threatening you. I'm giving you the bare facts that everybody is a patient.
Yes, everybody's a potential patient. Are there any other memories of the initial dialysis times you want to share with us?
Well,
So the second patient, the child, was quite an interesting one.
oh yeah. So this is, yeah, so I'm just advising everybody that wherever they put you to work, do what you're supposed to do and not wait for somebody to know somebody or see somebody before you do it. Because the father was giving a prescription and he knows that he is the one in charge. So he took the prescription to him. So the world is very small, a prescription to him. And he said, oh, so when the death came, did you help? He said, I couldn't help. Oh, you want my son to die? You know. And you never know when you are going to get involved. Do whatever you have to do at the right time. And whatever you have to do it well. Yes, to do it well.
So how many patients were you dialyzing
a day? Actually, we had a book we were recording, and I can't remember often. Somebody will come, he's gone and drunk palm wine with all sorts of drugs. And,
There were many acute.
many acute. Yes, yes, yes.
I think it's been quite enlightening.
Thank you.
For time, your experience, and for remembering it chronologically.
This guy called Sister Pofu. Okay? Sister Hine Pofu. Then I knew that the person knows me very well. So I turned around. He said, this is Brown. Oh, I just hugged him. I was so happy. I was so happy. So what are you doing? He said, I finished my secondary and I'm doing accounts at Workers College. I said, my God, I thank you. Because if we had not tried, we could have lost him.
Thank you so much.
Oh, don't mention, it's a pleasure.
We'll visit it.
All right. Thank you.
Hooray! The Ghana Kidney Association is celebrating 50 years of dialysis in Ghana. Indeed, it's been a long journey, lots of lessons to learn. And today we are here with one of the pioneers of dialysis in Ghana. We are here with our own teacher, our mentor, Professor Michael Oso Matekole. And today we'll hear from him about how the journey of dialysis from the 1972s to now. Thank you very much. Prof, welcome.
Thank you for inviting me.
So, Prof, can you please tell us a bit about yourself?
Well, you called my name already.
But I'm one of the second batch of students in Ghana Medical School, and I finished medical school, University of Ghana Medical School, 1970, MBCHB. And we went to England, did a membership, had a membership in 1978, membership in UK, and I worked in various hospitals, but I did a renal rotation in Hull, Royal Infirmary, and for a year, and then in 1982, 83, I came back to Ghana to join the University of Ghana Medical School.
Oh, that's great. That's great. So, Prof, when did you start working at the renal unit of the Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital?
Late 1982, I started working in the renal unit in late 1982.
Okay. And at the time you came,
Nimado trained under Professor DNS Care, one of the founders of nephrology in Newcastle. I came down and worked here. When I came down, I think he's left and gone to England. So the place was bare when I came.
okay. So you had to step in.
But Dr. Fram worked under him. Because when I was in England, Dr. Fram worked under him before I came. But I didn't meet him personally.
Okay. All right. That's great. And we're told there was also a matron at the time, Sister Ohini Ampofo.
Sister Ohini Ampofo is a extraordinary lady who trained as a nephrology sister and organized the whole unit for the nursing service, trained the nurses, renal nurses, who became very good, and then they were the people who took care of the patients on dialysis.
Wow, that's great. So our nurses have not been left out. They contributed a lot to
very
50 years access.
So much so.
Great. So Prof, please can you tell us who was putting the shunts for you?
I tell you what, the invention of these shunts originally was by Belgian Scribner of Seattle, Washington. Not Washington, D.C., state of Washington, where dialysis started from in the world in the late 1960s. You hear this Belgian Scribner shunt, which was fashioned at the wrist, usually at the non-dominant hemisphere. And these dialysis tubes we bought them, and then they were put in by Professor Yeboah, who trained the Hammersmith as a urologist, and we had an interest in transplantation and dialysis. In fact, he brought a transplantation bed for transplant near the unit. He was putting on the shunts day and night. He was very, very active, and he loved his work. And also Professor J.K.M. Korte, known famously for his work. He's also a urologist. He is famous for Korte's arthroplasty. That is those who had uterine scriptures. He fashioned a scrotal fold because the scrotum has no air, and they used that as a urethra. It became, in fact, this became as a standard technique. He was also one of the pioneers who put up the shunt, and together with Bernard Rabero, who was also a urologist, interested in the urologist, who was interested in nephrology. Rabero is now called Rabero. He was one of those who was important in fashioning the shunts for us.
Okay, that's interesting, and I'm sure these people were committed and were available day and night.
Dialysis is a 24-hour business because it's human and intensive. So if you if you are not hardworking, you shouldn't come near it because it's a 24-hour service. You sleep and you have to. In fact, we sit near some of the patients most of the time.
Wow, that's great. So at the time, were you able to get laboratory support for your work at the dialysis unit?
When I forgot to mention Dr. Edu's name. Dr. Edu was one of the pioneers. Their time, the 1970, Dr. Edu left Ghana in 1970, I think 1973, 74. By that time, the Korle-Bu laboratory service, Korle-Bu lab service was excellent. And they gave you urgent, immediate lab results, full blood count, sickling, HB electrophoresis, G6PD, BBA and creatinine, all of them quickly, and then you knew your state, and then they went on to dialysis patients. But at the time, remember 1982, 83, there was a problem in Ghana. I mean, you know, I don't know how old you are, by that time, there were no, the streets were all in trouble. And when we came in, the lab work was non-existent. So we use our clinical acumen. You know, the patients with kidney failure, they present with oligoanuria. You know that it's only the kidneys that produce urine. So if somebody is not passing urine for, say, 24 hours without retention,
Yes.
let me emphasize, without retention, then the person is the kidney has failed. And this is how we and then we knew the symptoms and signs of uremia. And then when they came in, we dialyzed them. Occasionally we had some labs, some private labs who gave us reasonable results, but some of the labs didn't give us reasonable results. So that is what went on until during the late 80s where things improved.
Oh, okay, so you had to use a lot of your clinical acumen.
Yes, a lot of clinical acumen.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. So, Prof, can you tell us about the name of the dialysis machines you were using at the time?
Well, this is, you know, William Koff, was the one, I think, late 1940s, produced the rotating drum kidney.
Okay.
And Travenor fashioned this gadget here and bought it. And this was what we were using before. It was sat in the bath. Okay. I don't have the thing here, but it sat in the bath, and then it was rotating. And you see the filters there. You can see those filters there. Where and then the dialysis went into it, and there was an exchange. Okay. And then the purified blood went into the patient. Now this was the original one. Okay. And these are the other. This one is the coil. Okay. A coil dialyzer where, let me show you if you cut this, you find these tiny tubes where the blood flows through these tiny tubes. There are tiny tubes with holes in them, blood flowing through them, and then dialysis goes around it. And then the blood is purified, and then you can see purely this is the venous phase, this is arterial phase, and then this is the venous phase. And then the patient, that's the system that worked. Now this is a flat plate. A flat plate. The pressures are very high, but I don't think it's common now. No. Now you people have got new gadgets which are not shown here, which are more efficient. There are various sizes, and there are new high flood machines, high flood filters, which are more efficient than these ones that are being used now.
Oh, that's great. So this is the journey.
That's the journey. Yeah.
How it started.
Yes.
And now we have quite modern machines, like you are saying, high floods that do a lot. But even with this, you were able to do a lot.
Oh, yeah,
help your patients.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, great. What about peritoneal dialysis?
Yeah, peritoneal dialysis was, again, it was Dr. Edu who was one of the pioneers who, whilst the Korle-Bu was asleep, he would go around, interestingly, he would go around the wards, surgical wards, medical wards, picking up patients with, let me use the old term, acute renal failure. So patients who have been lying on the wards, they have not passing urine. You come and the lab work, and then you pick them up and come and dialyze them. All of that, from maternity, medicine, ONG, and then surgery. So, and then we're using the peritoneal dialysis. This is the name Tenkov This was the catheter, Tenkov catheter here.
Okay.
This is the one. This is the stillet that we use.
Okay.
Put in here.
Put in the.
And then we leave. This is the one we leave in the peritoneum. So when we down this is a procedure. When we take it, we leave this in the peritoneum. See the curve here.
Yes.
Curve here, and it is very good because it's acute. It just needs a small training. Not like hemodialysis where you have to have a staff. But this one is acute. Then we leave this in the peritoneum with a surgical technique which all the housemen knew how to do it. You can be trained to do it, and then we leave it in. And then we have the peritoneal dialysis fluid, which was produced in Ghana in Koforidua. Ghana was okay. Intravenous infusions, produce them, and then we did that peritoneal dialysis within 48 hours. And the patients improve, and then those who are acute, they start passing urine, and then we take the tubes out, and they're okay.
Wow, that's great. As far back as then.
I think this is probably what Korle-Bu was one of the first centers that had peritoneal dialysis in Africa.
In Africa.
I don't know what's happening now in Ghana. What are doing now in Ghana?
Yes. Wow, that's great. That's a great feat.
Let me just come in again. We did those in 2-year-olds. We did a lot of pediatric nephrology, 2-year-olds, and they got better with acute renal failure.
Wow. So that's about 40 years ago. We're doing peritoneal dialysis. And I think now we'll have to double our steps on that. And we are happy you are still around, because when we need help, we can still call on you. So please, can you tell us about Professor Kwame Afram? How did he contribute to nephrology and dialysis?
He contributed immensely. He worked under quiet. Kwame Afram didn't say much, but he was very clever, and he didn't make any noise. But he was one of the pioneers, and also worked with me day and night, took care of the patients together with both patients in dialysis. We started with patients, also we did the follow-ups at the outpatient department. So he was very, very instrumental in the renal work in Ghana.
Oh, that's great. And at the time, how many patients were you dialyzing? And we were told there was one patient on chronic dialysis. Can you tell us about this patient?
Renal medicine, I wasn't here, but renal medicine in Ghana, even in the world, we have problems. I use the term renal failure. Liduka, that's the name of the lady, young woman in her early 30s, came with acute renal failure. Let me go back to ancient times. Acute renal failure. And I think, I'm not sure whether Dr. Ju was there, but they were dialysis patients with acute renal failure. The natural history of acute renal failure is, it has a natural history, it settles with recovery within at least after 4 weeks, there should be recovery. This was the old definition, old criteria. You have an oliguria phase, and then a diuretic phase, and then a state of recovery. Now, this lady went through this phase, but she didn't go into recovery phase. She maintained, renal failure was maintained after 4 weeks, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, and then they couldn't stop. She died for a long time. Now, during I think 2004, K-Doki brought the working group brought a definition of natural history of acute kidney injury. Now I can use that term, and then chronic kidney disease. That the term was changed. Anybody with acute kidney injury, and acute kidney injury doesn't settle after 3 months of initial insult, has entered into chronic kidney disease. So this is the definition now. So the Liduka was in that category, which we didn't know. Our knowledge was I'm not saying there, but this was the problem at that time. Even now, we have problems even now. But now we know that patients who come in, when they don't settle, they don't recover within three months, they enter into a chronic kidney disease.
Okay. So at the time, how many sessions were you doing in a day?
Well, when the sessions should be, usually we dialyze for 4 hours. Okay. In the hemodialysis, 4 hours. when they come in as a unique emergency, it's a matter of dialyzing them daily. Because the kidney works daily, all the time. So we dialyze them daily until their figures, until clinically they improve, and then they start passing urine, adequate urine. And then we take the figures. When we have a chart, when they are improving, then we cautiously stop the dialysis, and then see how they improve naturally, and then with complete recovery.
So, Prof, at the time, do you have a number of patients on dialysis then? Maybe for chronic?
Well, we had a few patients on chronic dialysis. There's a girl who ended up with, even at that time we didn't have the circular lines that you have now, and the internal jugular lines. We didn't know them. So we have these shunts. They have shunts in the legs. Access is very important for kidney disease. Vascular access is their lifeline. So when the access get depleted, we go onto the legs. And then we didn't have the femoral technique at that time until that came on later on. And then, so we started with the femoral lines and then internal jugular lines.
Okay. But what attracted you to nephrology, and what had been your story so far?
Well, I was attracted because because of my English, my how rotation, and when I came in, there was nobody. In fact, there was, if I remember, where there's nobody to do nephrology, and I started it. At that time, what I do was in Birmingham, because of the difficulties that were in this country. So he left for Birmingham, and I came, and Dr. Frank joined me.
Okay. Oh, that's great. So, Prof, your sacrifice, your hard work has paid a lot. Today, we have a number of dialysis centers in Ghana, and that is...
I'm not continuing. Yes. I think the others, we shouldn't forget other people who have contributed. When we came after Kwame Charlotte Osafo, who even in her middle age went and did a master's in genomics, which I don't think I could do at that age. She has a master's in genomics. They are doing a lot of work on together with they do on the Apple L1 thing. She joined. She went to Birmingham to train, and Dr. Edu and his colleagues came back and joined the unit and then followed by Vincent Poemanaya, a young professor who went to train in South Africa and joined also, and now he's now the head of the renal unit, and he's maintaining the progress.
Okay, great. So, Prof, we've come 50 years. We have so many years to go. What would be your advice for all the people who work with dialysis, both nurses, doctors? What is your advice?
We have told you that in America, in fact, in the whole world, Africa has a problem with dialysis. Botswana, I think dialysis is free. The population of Botswana is about 1 million, I think. Sudan, I think, probably free. Egypt, and a few others. But Sub-Saharan Africa is paying for both for chronic dialysis. Acute dialysis, we've been told that we've been asking that it should be put on the National Health Service care, so that patients with acute kidney injury don't pay for acute dialysis, hemodialysis. We are not sure whether, but as for chronic hemodialysis, patients are paying for it. I think the cost, I don't know the cost, but it's
quite not affordable.
It's not affordable for anybody. And they dialyze 3 times a week, 4 hours, 3 times a week. So the question is, putting this chronic disease dialysis program on the national health insurance. That is what one should be aiming at now.
Okay. So your appeal to government, to the policy makers, Ministry of Health, is that we should get dialysis on the health insurance.
On health insurance.
Or there should be a way where government can intervene, because like you said, it's not available, it's not affordable for a lot of Ghanaians.
Both in Ghana and the Sub-Saharan Africa, West Coast, no, that is not free. Even in Nigeria with all their wealth.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Prof. And we really honor you and your colleagues for your pioneering role. 50 years of dialysis in Ghana, your sacrifice has paid off. Today, if you can afford dialysis in Ghana, you have access to it. And I'm sure in the next 50 years, the next main thing to address is affordability. And I'm sure that the next generation will take that on. It's said that a country that does not honor its heroes is not worth dying for. And for us in nephrology, we want to honor you and your colleagues for your pioneering work in dialysis. We want you to know we appreciate you, we honor you, and we'll continue to learn from you. God bless you so much.
Before you go on, let me just say that one person we shouldn't forget in this whole scenario is Juma Edu of Ghana. His keenness and his zeal and for nephrologists is amazing, because he in retirement he retired and came back to Ghana and has put Ghana on the map. One, in the fact that we are now doing a lot of work in nephrology. You know, there's this H3 Africa, which he, together with a Nigerian called Ojo, brought the men of nephrology from England, the US, to come and meet and start the program on studying the nature of renal disease, i.e. hypertension, diabetes, nephrotic syndrome, chronic kidney disease, and then above all now there's this question of hypertension and the ApoL1 gene, which one knows which is supposed to be an adaptation to trypanosoma brucei. So this ApoL1, which forms part of high density lipoprotein cholesterol gene, is trypanolytic. And you see, there's a trade-off in every event in life. You trade off one thing for other. We trade off the ApoL1 gene for other diseases, chronic kidney disease, even diabetic kidney disease, even with HIV kidney disease, and all these have been linked to probably to ApoL1 gene, which is being studied avidly now in Ghana, all because of the Juma Edu and his colleagues. So we should, I think, one of the things some people should celebrate is Juma Edu, who has really played a very important role in renal disease in Ghana and Africa.
Sure.
Thank you for calling me.
Thank you very much, Prof. We are grateful.
So my name is Mrs. Rita Momo Sikanati, Deputy Director of Nursing Services in University of Ghana Medical Center. Currently, I'm working at University of Ghana Medical Center. I was working at Korle-Bu. I've worked at Korle-Bu for 27 years before moving to University of Ghana Medical Center. And all those times I've been working at the dialysis unit. So I would say that I've been in the dialysis business for 22 years. 22 years. Yes. That's great. Dialysis nursing is very interesting, and I enjoy it a lot. When we started, it was only we were 5 nurses and 5 machines. And those machines, I would say, were very old machines.
Thank you very much, and welcome back from the snack break. We will continue with our program. At this juncture, we are going to receive some messages from our sponsors. So can I kindly call the Rush rep? If she's not here, BD, is the BD rep here? What about the PPD? Rush. So we are taking a short message from Rush.
You have the video. Hello, good afternoon. I bring you greetings from Roche. We're actually meant to play a video that tells a story about Roche in Africa, but unfortunately, I think we have a few technical challenges. Roche is committed to supporting patients on the renal journey, and I think our video is ready now, so we will go ahead and play it. Thank you very much. I think the video spells out our vision at Roche, and we aim to partner institutions such as the Ghana Kidney Association to continue to offer our innovative medications to patients with chronic kidney disease across the patient journey. We are always open to working closely with institutions to ensure that Roche medications are gotten to the right patients at the right time. And we continue to hold on our mantra that we would allow the patient to get now what they need next. Thank you.
Thank you, Roche. They've also sponsored this program, and they've been very supportive of the Ghana Kidney Association. Can we take a short message from PD? BD. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Louis Darko, and I represent Becton Dickinson Interventional BDI for short. We're happy to be part of this program, and it's a big achievement and a big milestone for Ghana Kidney Association. And so BDI is basically a company that's into innovation and modern technologies. And our aim is to bring modern technologies close to the patients. And as a local representative, that's my duty to ensure our patients get advanced technologies and modern technologies. And we have products such as Hemostar, which I believe some of us are familiar with. That's for the long-term permanent catheters. We also have biopsy needles for core biopsies, for taking kidney biopsies for pathogenesis and all that. And I'll end by saying that this is a great occasion, and I'll encourage all of us. And also thank you all for coming, and yeah, let's enjoy our stay. All right. Okay.
Thank you very much. Can we have a short message from PPD? Okay, if they are not here, till pharmaceuticals.
Yes, we are here. May I have permission to share my screen, please?
Okay. Yeah, so you can share.
Thank you very much. Okay, is my screen visible?
Yes, please. We can see your screen.
Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure for me to say good evening to you from India, though it's good afternoon to you over there in Ghana. And it's my pleasure on behalf of TIL Healthcare to present to you the role of keto analogs in the management of diet in chronic kidney disease. Keto analogs, by definition, are nitrogen-free analogs of essential amino acids, which provide several potential advantages for patients with chronic kidney disease, primarily because they lack the amino group bound to the carbon of an amino acid, and therefore they can be administered to patients with chronic kidney disease without the additional burden of nitrogen. By definition, a keto analog is actually an analog of a compound with a molecular structure similar to that of another. And alpha keto analogs in particular are nitrogen-free analogs of essential amino acids. Alpha keto analogs of essential amino acids are converted to essential amino acids in the body via a process of transamination, thereby enabling the improvement in the nutritional status arising from protein-restricted diets, which are commonly prescribed for chronic kidney disease patients. A keto analog is derived by a process of deamination of an amino acid. And here you have an example of how the amino acid leucine is converted to ketoisocaproic acid through the process of deamination, thereby forming a keto analog. So essentially, it is the essential amino acid giving up its amino molecule to form the keto analog, which is a structural analog of its original form, the amino acid. Keto analogs are transaminated within the body to form the respective amino acids in the body. And these keto analogs allow the essential amino acid requirements to be met, yet with a lower nitrogen intake, with reduced nitrogen waste products formation. Keto analogs within the body capture the nitrogen within the body and convert themselves to amino acids. Therefore, malnutrition is thus prevented, and the workload of the kidneys to excrete nitrogen-containing waste products is reduced. Hence, the progress of chronic kidney disease slows down and dialysis could be postponed. Here's a process of transamination, which is a reversible process which takes place within the body, where a keto analog, taking it from the previous example, ketoisocaproic acid, can be reconverted by taking up the amino molecule and become leucine again. So patients with chronic kidney disease in this manner can get amino acids without as much nitrogen load. So the benefits accruing from administration of keto analogs essentially are the availability of essential amino acids, improving the nutrition status for the CKD patient, providing and ensuring less nitrogen in the diet. All endogenous nitrogen, to the extent possible, is diverted to amino acid formation, and the essential amino acids thus formed are utilized by the body. Therefore, the benefits are that keto analogs would definitely help slow down the progression of CKD and would delay the progression to the stage of dialysis. In summary, if I could quickly say so, keto analogs are nitrogen-free analogs of essential amino acids, and their administration to patients with CKD does not increase the nitrogen load. These analogs of essential amino acids are converted to essential amino acids in the body via transamination, thereby providing the body with the building blocks of proteins, namely body proteins, and alleviating protein malnutrition. This results in the reduction of nitrogen waste products in the body, thereby reducing the workload of the kidneys. And the improved nutrition status, along with the reduced nitrogen load through the administration of essential amino acids and their keto analogs, improves the survival rate and the quality of life of patients with CKD. They also help in slowing down the progression of chronic kidney disease. May I present to you the ideal nutritional supplementation for chronic kidney disease patients, which is a combination of keto analogs with essential amino acids known as Urolog, which is the brand name, which offers chronic kidney disease patients 5 keto analogs and 5 essential amino acids as a formulation. The advantages of giving Urolog to chronic kidney disease patients would therefore be the reduction in uremic symptoms, the prevention of the breakdown of body proteins, the reduction of the daily urinary protein loss, slowing down the progression of chronic kidney disease, and therefore eventually delaying the need for dialysis. Urolog essentially offers a twin benefit. On the one side, it reduces the nitrogen load. On the other side, it improves the nutritional status, thereby definitely contributing to an improvement in the quality of life in patients with chronic kidney disease. It reduces morbidity and improves survival. This is the prescription chart which is recommended for the management of protein nutrition in patients with chronic kidney disease. We recommend the use of Urolog in the dosage of 4 to 8 tablets given thrice daily, right from stage 3, when the GFR rate drops from 60 and below, and right up to the stage of dialysis 2. So even patients on dialysis are advised to take Urolog so that they can minimize the protein that they take in their diet. Hence, the administration of Urolog in chronic kidney disease patients slows down the progression of chronic kidney disease when prescribed along with low protein or very low protein diet at a dosage of 4 to 8 tablets thrice daily, given during meals. There are 2 major meta-analyses which have been done studying the beneficial effects of keto analogs supplementing very low protein diets. And these 2 meta-analyses have concluded that there is a definite reduction in the uremic symptoms, definite prevention of the degradation of body protein, a reduction for certain of the daily urinary protein loss, and normalization of carbohydrate metabolism. There are more than 20 studies which I will present to you as a list, which have confirmed that keto analogs, and more particularly a formulation like Urolog, would definitely correct disturbances in calcium and phosphate metabolism, therefore secondary hypothyroidism and renal osteodystrophy. There would definitely be an improvement in the disturbed serum lipid profile, an improvement in the renal osteodystrophy. There would be an improvement in the nutritional status, and there would be a production of a positive nitrogen balance. The administration of Urolog would also help to improve the insulin sensitivity in diabetic nephropathy, would help to slow down the progression of renal failure, consequently delay the onset of dialysis, and it would also reduce the frequency of dialysis. The list of 20 studies which I was talking to you about are all listed over here, and you're free to contact our local representative, Mr. Prasanna in Ghana, and he would make available these studies for you on request. Thank you very much for your patient listening, and thank you very much for the time. We are honored from Till Healthcare.
Thank you very much, Tils, for that presentation. So we are
You're most welcome, sir.
All right, thank you. So we are taking the next set of presentations, and I'm sure they are going to be very informative. Next on the bill is our own matron dialysis nurse who has worked so hard at the dialysis unit. She'll be talking about dialysis in Ghana, the nurse's perspective. And to do this is one of our own who has worked as a nurse for the past 30 years. She's currently the Deputy Director of Nursing and Midwifery Services, that's Administration and Internal Medicine and Dialysis at the University of Ghana Medical Center. She has a lot of experience working as a dialysis nurse. She's trained a lot of people. Please help me welcome Mrs. Rita Sikanati.
Good afternoon. So my name has already been mentioned. And Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I'm presenting on dialysis in Ghana, a nurse's perspective. But before I start, I want to acknowledge some people who contributed a lot in my life. And if I'm standing here today, it's because of their contribution in my life, and I'm here. First, I want to thank Dr. Safo. When we were in the dialysis unit, I remember we were not understanding anything. And then when she came from UK, she would organize all the nurses and teachers. For me to travel in my life, it is because of her. And today, I want to say thank you for everything, Dr. Safo. I also want to thank Dr. Edu. In fact, he actually invited me to the UK to study. And if I'm here today, I also want to say thank you to Dr. Edu. And then to our late Dr. Afram, Professor Mate Korle. Initially, they were teaching us, and they were teaching us before Dr. Safo came. I also want to say thank you to them. And then my parents, Matron Sakite, Gifty Sakite, and then Matron Florence Badu. I want to say thank you to you. All right, so I want to start with this is the outline, the objective, and the introduction. So we are saying that chronic kidney disease has emerged as a public health challenge in countries around the world. And the cost and management of CKD is enormous and unaffordable to most patients in Ghana and other developing countries. Ghana, they pay for everything, their drugs, everything, labs, so it's very difficult for them. Individuals with end-stage kidney disease have to come to terms with life-threatening conditions, deal with inadequate information, select from limited choices, and careful evaluation of alternative drugs, decision-making regarding their treatment. Let me just give, the history of dialysis have been given, but this is what I know when I entered the dialysis unit. So in the 1970s, dialysis nursing started in Ghana at Korle-Bu with only 2 dialysis machines for the management of acute kidney disease. Hemodialysis came to a halt due to breakdown of machines and reopened in the year 2000 when I joined the unit. The unit started with 5 machines, B. Brown, and 5 nurses, 2 nephrologists, and then we were managing both acute and chronics. Despite the improvements, there were few existing challenges which were less staff strength, increased workload, and number of dialysis patients. Severe complications during the treatment were due to ineffective machines. I remember those machines, B. Brown, we were using acetate, and when the patients come on the machine after the dialysis, they will vomit and vomit and vomit. Non-compliance due to inadequate funds on the part of patients. They come today, tomorrow they are not coming, and then they develop complications. The situation was cured when the then CEO of Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital, Professor Fripon Boatin, visited us one day and saw how we were suffering with the old machines, and therefore provided us with 10 new Fresenius machines. And when we started using those machines, it attracted clients from all over Africa, West Africa, holiday makers from Europe and UK, America, etc. Doctors and nurses also received further studies in the UK, South Africa, and that improved the care. Following the development and the special contribution of Dr. Safo, the nurses also formed a group. We formed a group where nurses hold annual forums, training, workshop, teaching, and several networking opportunities. Dialysis nursing in the past. So we are saying that nurses were trained solely on their job. They were not having any formal training. So, I mean, what you know is what to teach them. No formal training. Dialysis treatment is only available in only teaching hospitals, especially Korle-Bu, Konfanochi, and Cape Coast. We also have inadequate dialysis machines at that time. Little knowledge and understanding of the dialysis, the machines, and even the treatment modalities. Increased incidence of complications and errors at that time. Machine malfunctions and frequently breaking down. Now, let's look at dialysis now. Dialysis in Ghana has seen enormous growth. In the year 2000 to 2010, like I said, only Korle-Bu, Konfanochi, and then Cape Coast were having dialysis treatment. Now dialysis treatment is in almost all the regions in Ghana, and now even in private hospitals. Years ago, it was only hemodialysis. Now we are seeing peritoneal dialysis, home dialysis, and even kidney transplants successfully done in Ghana. Less complications and increased quality of life. Now our patients are living long. I even have a patient that has been doing dialysis for the past 20 years, and he's strong and going about his normal duties. Use of modern and high performance and durable machines with multifunction that gives good outputs and improvements in patients. Now we are doing online dialysis, hemodiafiltration. When you come to my hospital, we are using very modern machines that are giving us good outcomes. Availability of formal training for nephrology nurses. Now we are training our nurses at the Ghana College of Nurse and Midwife School, and we are happy. Challenges. Even though we are saying that dialysis we are improving now, we still have challenges. Inadequate nephrology nurses and other health personnel of the renal team. We are still having the burnout because we are still few. The workload is still there, and lack of adequate motivation and remuneration. You are working, you are not motivated, and most of our nurses have left, but we are still around. lack of logistics and tools to function effectively. When you go to some of the dialysis units, they only have the dialysis machine there. No monitor, nothing, no ABG machine to even check when you even want to do other treatment modalities. So we still lack, we're still having challenges in our dialysis units. Affordability and sustainability of the treatment process has remained a challenge as most patients cannot afford and hence cannot have the treatment for a long time. So they come and start 3 months, then they stop. And then what happens? You die. Furthermore, in Ghana, we lack community dialysis nurses for continuity of care to patients in the community. I remember when I went to the UK, Dr. Edu would take me around all these satellite units. And we have, in the hospital, they have community dialysis nurses who follow the patients in their communities. We still lack them in the country. And limited opportunity to pursue nephrology nursing in Ghana. Even though I'm saying that we have the college now, only few people are admitted. So we still have more people to go to the school. Then lack of regulation and legislation to protect staff. Recommendations. Motivation of nurses to pursue specialty in renal nursing by providing scholarships, steady leave with pay, increased availability and accessibility to nephrology nursing specialty schools, and also adequate remuneration and motivation of the existing nephrology nurses. And then they have to introduce community community renal nurses or community dialysis nurses into the system. We also advocate for support from governments, NGOs, and relevant stakeholders to make dialysis treatment affordable and hence sustainable for patients who cannot afford. Also to provide logistics and tools to function effectively. Introduction of regulation and legislation to protect staff and cover risks associated with duties. And also to establish satellite units in various communities to take care of renal patients in those communities. So if Korle-Bu, we have Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital, Korle-Bu should have satellite units so that patients will stop traveling from long or far places to their units. In conclusion, early detection of CKD and institution of measures to slow disease progression are to be encouraged. There is a need to make renal replacement therapy increasingly accessible and affordable to patients. Nephrology nursing or dialysis treatment have come to stay. And as we reflect on the past 50 years, we are hopeful of the future that almost all hospitals in Ghana will have dialysis treatment. This will not only translate into quality healthcare service, but will also level up to world-class treatment system in hospitals existing abroad. Thank you.
Wow, that's great. She has been a mother to all of us. At the dialysis, she will just call you, Dr. Ba, you have to come and put in the line. He will not let you go until you do it. Thank you very much, Auntie Rita. She's trained a lot of people. Let's give it up to her again. So I'm told that PPD is on the line. Just a short message from PPD, then we take our next two presentations, and then we will close. So PPD.
Yeah, good morning to everyone there, and hello from Italy. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to share a very short presentation, which is related to the advances in the research about chronic kidney disease. Oh, thank you for uploading the presentation. So first of all, we can move to the next slide, with just a short introduction about myself. Again, I am honored to presenting to the Ghana Kidney Association meeting today. I am Davide Garrisi, and I am an executive director and pillar head for nephrology at PPD, part of Thermo Fisher. And apart from my qualification, the most important thing is that I am a great nephrology advocate. Just like it was mentioned by all the other participants, nephrology probably is one of the therapeutic areas that, compared to other in the past, has been a little bit neglected. But I'm very happy to show today what are all the advances in the research activities right now. Next slide, please. So one of the most important things is that if we consider, this is a publication from Lancet in 2018, how chronic kidney disease it's developing as one of the most common mortality causes, and especially for the next future, we can see here that chronic kidney disease jumped from the 16th position up to the 5th one, and which is expected to be by 2040. So again, this is going to be very important because among all the different causes of mortality, this is going to be one of the most predominant by 2040, and we just 20 years from probably this new position. Next slide, please. And what I'm going to cover in this very short presentation is, first of all, what is the current landscape in terms of clinical research in nephrology. Then also what is the trend of the clinical trials that are performed in kidney disease and what we can expect in the next future. Next slide. So the most interesting thing about the clinical research is that if we consider how disease of the kidneys could be evolving, we can see that, first of all, there are different causes like genetic disease, glomerular disease, and hypertension. And of course, this could be developed further into chronic kidney disease and then the stage renal disease. But the other interesting thing, and there have been so many interesting sessions about dialysis, is that still right now, the interventions that can be used in order to prolong or somehow improve the life of patients are still limited to two main interventions, kidney transplant, of course, and dialysis. But as I'm going to show, the situation, fortunately, it's improving. Next slide. So recent analysis of the clinical development landscape has shown that between 2017 and 2020, there has been an incredible increase in the number of clinical trials that are performed in nephrology. In fact, if we can see this extract from the publication, these are more or less doubling, and there has been an interesting uptake, especially in the phase 1 and phase 2 clinical trial, that for those that just like me like clinical research means that there are a lot of news assets that are accessing early phase development in order to progress further. Next slide, please. And in order to understand better what is the trend in clinical research activities, together with my colleagues, Dr. Carmichael Angeles, a nephrologist, and another clinical research expert, Dr. Andy Bevan, we have performed an analysis of the last 20 years of clinical research through clinicaltrial.gov in order to understand if there is true a renewed interest in nephrology. Next slide. So the first thing that we have seen, and which is definitely interesting, is that if we compare two different periods of 10 years each one, so from 2000 to 2010 and 2011 to 2020, there has been a 54% increase in the number of clinical trials. And as I was saying, the most interesting aspect is that the largest increase is in the early phase, which means the gateway for clinical trials. So this is a very important aspect to consider, because it means that right now there's a lot of interest in order to better understand what are the drugs that can be developed in order to address kidney diseases. Next slide. The other interesting thing is that this renewed interest in clinical trials is not only coming from pharmaceutical industry, but this is also coming from academia. And academic research, it's a very important component because, as we know, these are the basic type of research which is needed in order to identify new pathophysiological mechanisms that then are further explored into industry-sponsored clinical trials to find the new drugs. Next one. And if we consider the type of intervention, another very interesting aspect, still, most of the clinical trials are performed as small molecule. But in the second period, which is the second bar on the right, we can see that there has been an incredible increase in the number of biological drugs that have been tested. And we are going to see later on, especially in what type of disease. And also a little bit of combination product, but definitely still not so much important compared to the other type of interventions. And the other aspect, which is still important from an academic perspective, is that also the number of publications have also increased in the same period. Here, if I may say one thing that definitely needs to be better investigated, but I am confident that would come in the next future, is if we are making a comparison between clinical trials between different populations, we can see that kidney research is still pretty much focused on adult population. But of course, this can be explained with all the new drugs that are being tested in clinical development. But there is still a few research apart from some specific genetic disease in the pediatric population. And as I am sure the audience of the Ghana Kidney Association know very well, this is an aspect where we need still to focus our efforts in order to tackle especially some particular disease at very early stages rather than waiting their evolution to chronic kidney disease. And just to give you an example of the current landscape, I'm taking these two diseases. I heard in the previous speech of Professor Matecole speaking about ApoE, for example, but these are other two very interesting aspects. IgA nephropathy and lupus nephritis. So IgA nephropathy, probably up to 4 years ago, was a kind of neglected even type of disease where there were just one main intervention. So maximum tolerated dose of ACE inhibitors and angiotensin receptor blockers. But if we consider the lower part of this slide, we can see that right now there are more than 18 different type of drugs that are being investigated, and the same thing is for lupus nephritis as well. Similar medication like the RAS blockers, sometimes combined immunotherapy, especially in the active phase of lupus nephritis. But let's take a look once again to all the different medications that specifically are targeting complement and are being investigated with a lot of success. Just to give you an idea, the drugs that have been tested in phase 2 and phase 3 in IgA nephropathy right now have a decrease in proteinuria, which is ranging from 30 to 40% in some cases. So very interesting development. So as a conclusion, first of all, chronic kidney disease prevalence is going to rise, becoming one of the most common cause of death by 2040. A comparison of the last 20 years of clinical trials is showing that there has been, fortunately and eventually, an increased interest in clinical trials in nephrology. And this is, of course, fostered by an improved understanding of the pathophysiology of kidney disease at molecular level and cell level. So this rapid increase in nephrology clinical research activities is also very important because we need more physicians, more nephrologists, and more investigational sites to be part of our research efforts. So this is definitely an opportunity to expand our interest in clinical trials, and of course, we welcome any interested physician to join our network of investigational sites in order to be part of the future of clinical trials. So any physicians that is interested to be part of our PPD community in this case is very well welcome to reach out to my colleagues Bridget Zatzinda and Vincent Mesa at the PPD stand that is there at the Ghana Kidney Research Kidney Association. Finally, I would really like to thank once again the Ghana Kidney Association for hosting myself and PPD to this very interesting Congress and speech. I really enjoyed listening to all the other speakers. I would like to thank and acknowledge the support of all these people that helped me and the PPD for this presentation. And of course, I would like to thank you once again for hosting me today. And my wishes is for all the audience and participants to join the rest of the Congress. So thank you very much once again. And again, all those interested in research, please reach out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, PPD. Thank you, we are grateful. Our last but one presentation is on peculiarities and challenges of pediatric kidney replacement therapy. Just before I introduce the one who will be doing that, I want to acknowledge the presence of Professor J.E. Mensah, who is a head of surgery and also a urologist at the Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital. Prof, you are welcome. We know we work together with the urologist. So to deliver this is someone who is very passionate about kidney diseases in children. She's a consultant pediatrician and a pediatric nephrologist at the Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital. She trained in the UK, came back and set up the renal services at the pediatric unit, and has since trained other people. They take care of children with kidney diseases. Please help me welcome Dr. Victoria Adabaye.
Good afternoon, everybody. We've had a good diet of renal medicine this morning. So we'll look at what our children face, how different it is from what the adults face. We'll start off. You've seen so many acronyms today. I have brought them out: end-stage renal disease, renal replacement therapy, hemodialysis, peritoneal dialysis. And then some speakers did talk about the continuous renal replacement therapy, CRRT, which is used for patients who are not too stable. I understood that this presentation will be watched by so many categories of people. So for our medical students who want very big information, come to the Department of Child Health. I'll teach you there. Here is more or less a general information for everybody. So what does the kidney do? Of course, we like to remember things with mnemonics. A wet bed. It has a role in acid-base balance, water removal, erythropoiesis, toxin removal. It does more things: blood pressure control, electrolytes balancing, and vitamin D. So we'll put this in prose, and here we are. Some of these functions can be replaced, but not all of them. We'll see which ones can be replaced. And the first 5 functions can be replaced in some way. The hormones, which are secreted by the kidneys, and other functions like gluconeogenesis cannot be replaced by a machine. Again, even when these functions are replaced, it's not as effective and as efficient as the native kidney. And when we want to replace it, we'll have to think and choose a modality. As you remember, there is hemodialysis, there is peritoneal dialysis, and there are very modern machines that our matron, our renal nurse told us that do hemofiltration. Some of them do hemodiafiltration. You have to sit down and decide which modality it is that is going to be best for your patient. We look at the age, the clinical condition, are they stable? Most importantly, do we have the modern machines that some institutions have that can do so many things? Do we have renal nurses? Do we have nephrologists there to work these machines? All this has to be taken into consideration. These are the modalities I talked about, and at the bottom there you see transplantation, which is the goal of every renal replacement therapy. So now we look at the peculiarities. I have tried to break them up. We have infrastructural peculiarities, we have cultural, age-related with consumables. And for pediatrics, we need to think about the duration of intervention. Some children are diagnosed with chronic kidney disease in their first decade of life. Therefore, the renal replacement may need to span 6 decades into their 70s. And as we were told by Matron, she has a patient who is in the 22nd year of dialysis and is strong. We saw Mr. Kwabna Banafo, yes, who is also on renal replacement therapy and is working, contributing to the economy of Ghana. So when children start their renal replacement, they can go on with our help for even up to 6 decades. What do I mean by infrastructural peculiarities? Technically, we can use the same space as the adults, but you know everything for children needs to be colorful, it needs to be non-intimidating. So pediatric dialysis units is slightly different from the scientific and mechanical nature of the adult dialysis units. We also need to think about space for the caregiver. If you can imagine a young child, 4, 5, 6 years old, going to the dialysis unit, will be very scared. Mother, father, or somebody should be able to sit by them. We have this one here undergoing dialysis, but she's having her art class. Very relaxed, very happy. The dialysis session is going on. So infrastructurally, when you are thinking about a pediatric dialysis unit, it needs to be very colorful, spacious, probably have room for these art and crafts or have other toys to calm the patient down. Culturally, in our setting, I'm not saying worldwide, we think that we are blessed with children from God. So when you have a very devastating diagnosis such as chronic kidney disease, acute kidney disease, so very often the parents throw their hands in the air and say, well, we were here when God gave us the gift. If God wants to take back his gift, who are we to fight? And they are not willing to go the extra mile pushing. And as you have heard the whole morning, it is an out-of-pocket payment. So the parents look at this one child who needs dialysis. Meanwhile, there are 5 siblings at home whose school fees haven't been paid. So probably other competing responsibilities, as we heard, so many competing responsibilities. Why should they invest so much in one child? It's all the more painful when it is an acute kidney injury, which you think with about 2 or 3 weeks of acute dialysis, you can help save the patient's life. So most of the time you see us actually begging the parents, oh, do look for the money. And when Auntie Rita was in Korle-Bu, we will always go and beg, please, credit us the lines, we will come and pay. Sometimes we are able to come and pay when the parents bring the money. Other times, when they don't bring the money, then we run away till the next child comes and we say, oh, we are sorry, but can you please lend us another line? So culturally, it is very, very difficult when a child has a need for renal replacement therapy. Now I talk about the age-related, and I talk about consumables. We talk about pediatrics, but we have so many different ages with their various needs. We have the neonates up to about a month old, and yes, in some areas, neonates do have a renal replacement therapy. Most of the time, it will be peritoneal dialysis, but it will come with its own set of consumables. We have the infant who is under a year old, the toddler we know to about 4, the preschooler 5, 6 years of age, the school-age child 6 to about 10, 11, then the adolescent who now begins to approach adulthood. For these various age groups, we have drug doses to be calculated. In pediatrics, we are very good mathematicians because everything is per kilo, per kilo, per kilo, per kilo. So you take a figure, multiply it by the weight. You need to remember those that you have to multiply by surface area. You have to do so many calculations for antibiotics, for so many other things, fluids and all. So each age group has to be treated differently. And for this different treatment, all the healthcare providers, the renal nurses, and so many other healthcare providers need to know that each age group is handled differently. And we now have the renal nurses undergoing training at the Ghana College of Nurses and Midwives. They come to the pediatric unit. They are taught the various needs of the various age groups. Now we think about duration in children. I've talked a bit about it. Depending on the first age of intervention, they may be undergoing dialysis if the family can afford for quite a while. And we should remember that transplantation is the ultimate goal for them. Now they can't even afford the dialysis, whether it's hemodialysis or peritoneal dialysis. How do we start talking about transplantation? But we are so happy today that the Vice President promised to look at putting dialysis on the health insurance. So probably we can still explore both the hemodialysis and the peritoneal dialysis. And he even talked about helping fund transplantation for those who have donors but cannot afford. So the future is really looking very exciting. Now, the peculiarity is that children may need more than one transplant. If we want them to get to 70 years, one transplanted kidney may not last all that time. And even when they do need transplantation, we will need to wait till they are about 10 kilos and can have their adult kidneys, because it's the adult kidneys that are transplanted into children. So they will have to wait till they are at least 10 kilos and can have the kidney fit. Let's look at the lifespan of the kidney. Survival of renal transplants in children. We have this article from Biomed Central that was just about 3 months ago, looking at the global survival rate of grafts and the patients themselves in kidney transplantation. And these are the children. And for my presentation, I'll just look at the graft, which is the donated organ, which is the kidney. We all know, as I said, that transplantation is the ultimate. And with new drugs, we have less rejection, and the transplantation process is very much improved. However, how long does this transplanted kidney last? They found out that in a year, about 92% of the transplants are still good, but at 10 years, we have about 63.5% just surviving. So if we extrapolate, maybe in 15, 20 years, this child may need another kidney, and the journey begins all over again, searching for another kidney. What challenges do we face? Again, we have the challenges because of the various age groups that we see too. What challenges are these? When we talk about dialysis in the adults, they have all their consumables there, maybe 1 or 2 different sizes. But for us, we need so many different sizes of catheters, of the dialyzers, of the bloodlines. We need different kinds of fluids, and the anti-rejection drugs, we need it in liquid formulation, we need it in a suspension. Not all our children can take the tablets, the caplets, the capsules that these drugs come in. Those are some of the challenges. Again, do our consumables come in these quantities? It would be so nice to have them in containers coming, in big crates coming. In that way, we have the scale of economics. We can ask for discounted rates when we are buying such quantities. We can reduce our shipping costs because we have so many coming in one container or one crate or whatever it is. And again, we will ensure that our supply chain is uninterrupted. Do our consumables come in these quantities? Not at all. Most of the time when we are not begging, they come in small boxes like this from these couriers, and their prices are very exorbitant. So what do? We are very good at counting our pennies. What do we count our pennies for? For financing. And not only the dialysis, we heard about transportation, please. We heard about transportation. We've heard about where the dialysis units are. For those of us who practice in Accra, maybe we will get a bit of relief because most of our patients come from the Greater Accra region, but you have some coming all the way from Koforidua, Cape Coast, and others. Even the cost of transportation alone is enough to bankrupt the family. We've heard about the lab investigations. We've heard about the immunosuppressant medications. Even some adults can't afford it. And Prof. Baima told us he had to look for money for immunosuppressant medication for his patient who thought transplantation costs were all that he needed to raise money for. We've heard about the comorbidities, the anemia, the erythropoietin, But for our children, they don't grow well when they have chronic kidney disease. So sometimes they need to be fed through the NG tube overnight. We need special feeds for that. Some of them even go on to need the growth hormone to help them grow. Some of them also need these newer phosphate binders, Sevelamer and all, which are also very exorbitant. Financing is very difficult in pediatrics. Chris, I think it's no longer working. I think. So in conclusion, we look at our acronyms again. Renal replacement therapy in children with end-stage renal disease, peritoneal dialysis, hemodialysis, or the continuous modalities for the critically ill children, especially those who are not hemodynamically stable, is really an uphill task. So it makes us, the pediatric nephrologists, feel like Sisyphus, and I hope some of you do know who this is from Greek mythology. So he was the king of Corinth, punished to roll a boulder up the hill, and as soon as he gets very close to the summit, the boulder rolls down the hill again, and he has to do it all over again. And this actually is a painting in Madrid, in the Prado Museum. So from the Greek mythology, we have this punishment of rolling a boulder down, from downhill, uphill, it comes back. And that's what I said we do. We go begging, we go borrowing, knowing we can't replace with each patient that comes. And we really do feel like Sisyphus. But we continue to plod on. We have hope. We've held on to this hope for so long, and the children of Ghana also have hope that with time, and I think today, probably that time has come with this promise of placing renal replacement therapy on the NHIS, starting with children. That is very, very good. Usually, we think we are forgotten and are dead thoughts, but today, we have hope. Because we have all of us here starting this conversation, and that renal replacement therapy will be supported in Ghana. I hope that with this little insight into the peculiarities and the challenges that children who need renal replacement therapy in Ghana face, we can all in our own little way support a child. You may hear of a child of a neighbor who will say, oh, my child needs dialysis. You may hear the lament of a co-worker who is trying to raise money. Now that you've heard of all these peculiarities and challenges, maybe in our own small little way, we can support these children who need the renal replacement therapy services, and we look forward to your support. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Adabayeri. I'm sure from her presentation you can see she's very passionate about the children. And they have a special way of organizing their things and with the mnemonics. I'm sure the medical students have taken note. It will come in your exams. So we have our last presentation for the day, and I will be talking about the legal framework of kidney transplantation in Ghana. And to do this for us is one of our senior colleagues, a pioneer, one of the pioneers of dialysis in Ghana. He worked as a consultant nephrologist in Birmingham, and after his tenure of service there, he decided to come home and took up the role of an honorary consultant nephrologist with the University of Ghana Medical School and the Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital. He's done a lot of work, he's trained a lot of us, and he's done a lot of research. His interests are in immunogenetics and treatment of lupus nephritis and ANCA-associated vasculitis. Currently, he's a co-PI studying the genomics of CKD in Africa. And he was also a past president of the African Association of Nephrologists. Please help me welcome Dr. Jumo Edu.
Okay, and thank you very much, Winfred, for those kind comments. And it's a great pleasure to be addressing this actually very important meeting celebrating 50 years of dialysis in Ghana. And I'm actually pleased to end up the meeting by talking about the developments of kidney transplantation, which, as we've heard, is surely the way forward. So live donor kidney transplantation actually started in Ghana in 2008, and some 21 kidney transplants have been performed to date, and the last set of transplants were done in 2019, just before COVID started. And again, this is the local team in 2008 celebrating transplant, the first transplant that was done here. And Dr. Osafo, I was looking for you. I couldn't find you which one you are, but anyway, you should be in there somewhere, because I think Dr. Osafo was very instrumental in bringing the transplant team to Ghana. And again, this shows the operation, the very first surgery, ongoing, and Mr. Morton and Mr. Nickinston actually unpicking the kidney prior to it being put into the patient. And so far, for all the transplants that have been done in Ghana, it's been done under what's called common law, i.e. the potential donor gives permission to have their kidney removed and then given to their relative. And so there hasn't really been a regulatory framework for transplantation. And it also means that we can't do cadaveric, deceased donor kidney transplants. A draft legislation has been presented to the Ministry of Health. This was quite a long time ago, and we didn't really follow it up. But there's great interest in reactivating this, and I know that the Presidential Advisor on Health, Dr. Nsiasari, actually has encouraged us to give him the information. And I hope that as I finish, we can agree to provide this information. So in the absence of formal transplant legislation, when transplantation was started in 2008, an independent ethical assessment committee was set up. And that has, in turn, had Professor Korle as the chairman or a member. And this independent committee was actually to ensure that the act of donation was being done freely and genuinely without coercion or financial gain. And this was very important. So they'd interview the potential patient, they'd interview potential recipient, they'd interview the donor separately and then together. And when we started, we would actually get affidavits from the patient that there was no financial or other inducement, and also from their relatives, maybe their parents, that there was no financial or other inducement. And this was really to enforce the Istanbul Declaration, that goes back to the early 2000s, that financial or material gain to the donor was unethical. And so having reviewed the donor and the recipient, and this was a committee put together at Korle-Bu Hospital, they would then write a report indicating whether they felt that the transplant should go ahead. So some 12 years ago now, some guidelines were put together by a committee that was set up to cover not just human organs, but other tissue donations and transplantation. So that would cover corneal transplantation, liver, heart transplants. And that committee was chaired by Professor Yeboah, had Professor Isabella Quach, who was a basic scientist, Professor Adai, Mr. Usu Abuaji, who was a lawyer, Professor Matekole. Michael, I can't understand why I didn't spell your name correctly. I'll have to change that. And then a health service administrator as secretary. And they came up with guidelines for legislation that I'm going to present to you. So they actually did all the work, and I'm going to just summarize their findings here, or their thinking here. And this committee was actually put together by Professor Utunate, who was the CEO of Korle-Bu Hospital at that time in 2008. And their brief was to produce a legal document on tissue transplant for the consideration and submission to government. And one of their first suggestions that they made, recommendations, was to establish a Ghana National Transplant Authority that would exercise regulatory oversight of all cases of organs, tissue donations, and transplantations, including anatomical examinations, i.e. postmortems. And this would be an independent person or body that they suggested to ensure that donation was legal and justified by ensuring that the proposed donor met the conditions stipulated in the relevant legislative instrument or act of parliament, and that the cells, tissues, organs should not be removed from a living donor without consent for transplantation or anatomical examinations. And also that no cell, tissues, or organs removal may be carried out on a living person who does not have the capacity to consent. And that the potential donor had been given all the information she or he required about the nature of the procedure and the implications and also the risks of the procedure, and that they understand the procedures and its risks. And also that the potential donor understood that it was illegal to accept financial or other inducement for the donation, but understanding that she should not lose financially and may have any expenses or loss of earnings reimbursed. He may also be compensated for any unanticipated harm resulting from the donation. And that the Ghana National Transplant Authority, once they were satisfied that the proposed donation was legally and ethically acceptable, would authorize the procedure. So in a sense, this authority would get information about the potential donor recipient, make sure that the proposed donation was legal and acceptable. Then they would be the body that would authorize the procedure. And again, in the UK, there is such an organization, the Human Transplant Authority, from whom transplant teams obtain permission before going on to do the transplant. And that no living donor transplant was legal unless it had prior authorization. And it could be a person or the body. And in the UK now, they've delegated. Initially, there was a central body, which is now delegated so that each region has a person who represents the ACA. And again, only cells and tissues that had been authorized by the Ghana National Transplant Authority could be used for transplantation. Organ tissue trafficking was prohibited in this law, in keeping with the Istanbul Declaration, and that obtaining financial gain or comparable advantage from the human body and its parts as such is prohibited. And I'm sorry for the slightly legal terminology that I'm using, but I'm summarizing what this transplant document said. And then there was actually a very interesting section in these notes, and that was about donation after brain death, which is actually now widespread in most countries in the world. And actually, I think South Africa has that legislation, and one or two other African countries. So the patients who have had suffered irreversible loss of brain function, brain death, and the proposed legislation goes on in some detail to define brain death. So patients who have suffered brain death but still have an intact cardiovascular system are potential donors for heart, lungs, liver, pancreas, kidneys, etc. And so this would mean, sorry, go back. Yep, and there was a section that dealt with these individuals, these patients would have to be on a ventilator so that once brain death had been established, and again, their definitions, so different doctors had to establish brain death, and there had to be a specified interval between those assessments. Well, once that had happened, then permission would be sought from the relatives in order for their organs to be taken for transplantation. And this is, because this has happened in many parts of the world, there's now a much greater supply of organs than just relying on live donor organ transplantation. And of course, there are exclusion criteria that the legal document set out for organ donation. People who had HIV infection, people who had cancer, and people who had uncontrolled viral infections like rabies or uncontrolled sepsis. Malaria should be treated prior to transplantation. And actually, one of the donors at Korle-Bu, on the morning of the donation, developed a fever and had malaria. So we couldn't go ahead because you're immunosuppressing that patient, and then people who have parasitic infections could not be donors. Again, tissues and eye donations, corneal donations, again, that's entirely possible. So people who have got brain death could be considered potential donors of heart valves, bone, skin, vessels, eye tissue, etc. And the draft legislation covered transplants not just of the kidneys, but of the cornea, liver, skin, heart, etc. So the Organ and Tissue Donation Act would allow living donation to go ahead as of now, altruistic and no organ selling. It would permit cadaveric deceased donor renal transplantation to go on. It formalized information for donors and recipients. It enables cell and tissue banking, and it also provided mechanisms for prevention of organ trafficking. So I think the way forward is that the Ghana Kidney Association should now put together very clear draft legislation on organ donation That could be sent to the Presidential Health Advisor and then the Ministry of Health for further consideration, and then to the Attorney General's office to have legislation drafted. And I give the title of the document from which I got this information from. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Edu. And I'm sure Dr. Insiansari will carry our message to the appropriate authorities and they'll be worked on. I think that our document has been, I think, at the Ministry of Parliament for some time, and I'm sure it will be worked on soon. Thank you very much. We are done with our presentation. I want to give opportunity for people who want some clarification. So about 3 people, if you have any question to ask, any of our speakers could just answer you, and then we will take the chairman's remarks. So any questions from the audience? Do we have a microphone? Yes, so I can see a hand at the back. So there's a hand there.
Yeah, thank you very much, and good afternoon. I'm Helena Suwa, resident, Ghana College of Nurses and Midwives. I'm grateful to be part of this very august meeting. From all of the presentations, you'd realize that comorbidities are some of the factors that predispose one to these kidney diseases. And so from the researches that we have heard or have been presented, I want to know if, for example, the hypertensives and the diabetics, whether those who are on medications, they go for their reviews regularly, and so they are on medications, whether there's been any, are they also that's predisposed? So I want to look at the differences or the comparison, those who are on medications, and those who are not. They know they are diabetics, they are hypertensives, yet they are not taking any medications. Is there any research that looks at these two groups? And again, looking at the age groups from 20 to about 50 in our part of the world who are more prone to these diseases, what could be the basic things that probably we are not doing well? Is there anything that we can take home, at least? Let's say if we are lay people, what is this that should we take home to tell our people? Is it the diet? Yes, there are no fact sheets about what exactly is the problem, but at least from medical personnel's view, with your treatment lines, what has been the complaints of the people and what should we take home? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we take the second question? Any other questions? Yes, there's a hand there.
My name is Collins Ohene Abuaje from University of Ghana Medical School. I also want to ask to know some of the things that can be put in place to reduce complications that are associated with dialysis in general. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Can we take the third one, and then our speakers will provide answers? Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. Mine is as regards to our DDNS presenting on the community nurses, community dialysis nurses, that we need them in the community. Since we have not got
dialysis nurse is a specialty, So after the nephrology nursing, you specialize in the community nephrology nursing. So I don't know whether using the existing public health nurses they will understand exactly what we are doing or what we want them to do.
All right, so I think what he's saying is, until we train specialized community dialysis nurses, can we use the existing structure to help educate patients?
As for the public health nurse, they're already doing their work. But these people should understand dialysis. Do you understand? So they are, those community dialysis nurses, they are already nephrology nurses. And they specialize in the community. So I don't know whether we can use the existing.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'm sure we will look into that one. Maybe you can start, just like the way we start with training the dialysis nurses, give them some training and we see until we get the formal one. Then we have a question on the message to take on, preventive measures for kidney disease. Somebody asked, for patients on medications, those who are compliant on medications, those who are not, what is the risk profiles, how outcomes in terms of the kidney disease? So I don't know any of you can help us. Professor Boyman, Dr. Safo, Prof. Matiko, Dr. Edu is there, any of us? Okay.
Thank you very much. As we already said earlier, kidney disease is largely silent. So in the early stages, you will not feel any symptoms at all. So if you're waiting for symptoms to develop, by the time you present in the hospital, you're already in advanced stages of kidney disease. So it's good to put in measures to detect it early, and then you will be seen by specialists who will put you on medications to slow down the disease. Better still, it is good to identify your risk factors early enough to treat them to go in order to try and prevent the disease, since it could also be prevented. So if you are in a high risk group, like you have high blood pressure, diabetes, or you have a family history of such, or family history of kidney disease, then you are in a high risk group. And as Winfred said earlier on, it's simple things like doing urine, for checking your urine for protein, checking your blood for kidney function, etc., or maybe checking your blood pressure occasionally if you haven't developed it yet, but you still have a family history, will be measures that you can put in place for early detection, instituting measures that can prevent or even slow down the disease. Somebody asked, is there education going on already? There have been attempts by previous scientists or researchers on what is called task shifting to try and see if hypertension, for instance, can be treated in the community. Let's say CHIPS compound, the community healthcare nurses, etc., educating people at that level instead of waiting for them to have scheduled physician visits, which they may not get on time. So tax shifting, this particular research of tax shifting has been shown to be effective. And currently, the Ghana Heart Initiative is actually involved in that project of developing infrastructure in the various districts at that level of tax shifting to try and detect risk factors, particularly hypertension, on time, and then arrange follow-ups at the CHIPS compound, community pharmacies, where people can go and refill their medications, monitor their BPs, etc. This is all an attempt to work on the risk factors that cause kidney disease in order to prevent the disease, or if detected early, you put in measures to slow it down. Regarding the other risk profile like exercise, lose weight, eat healthy, avoid nephrotoxic agent, etc., These are things that are being done. And for Ghana Kidney Association, as you are all aware, every year we celebrate World Kidney Day, where we do a lot of advocacy in terms of prevention of kidney disease, and we also do screen people in the communities for kidney disease. So yet a lot is being done, but there is more to be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Brobwaima. I think there's a question on how do we reduce complications on dialysis. Who want to help us with that? Dr. Inusa. Dr. Inusa is close by you.
Okay, thank you for your question. So in terms of dialysis complications, incidentally, I had a lecture on Saturday or so on complications of dialysis. So there's a whole lot of complications that we experience on dialysis. Some are mild complications. Unfortunately, some are very fatal or lethal complications. Again, thanks to the advancement in hemodialysis, now we have modern machines with safety mechanisms. And so largely a lot of complications are probably from human error, one, and two, from some technical errors that can result. So several complications will be difficult to look at it, but I think I can just mention one or two common ones. I think the commonest complications we would find would probably be intradialytic hypotension, where blood pressures drop significantly during dialysis. Several definitions, but generally, if you have your systolic blood pressure dropping by more than 20 during a session of dialysis, or systolic dropping to less than 90, again, several definitions. But generally, the main underlying etiology of intradialytic hypotension is the fact that we've probably gone way below the patient's dry weight. And also, there's always this problem where patients come in with very increased interdialytic weight gain, such that we tend to want to ultrafiltrate everything within that short session. So our rate of ultrafiltration is so rapid such that you can't have intravascular refilling. And therefore, in these patients, some of them having other autonomic dysfunctions, or maybe on other medications that restrict the sympathetic responses to such mechanisms, then their blood pressures drop. And as you can imagine, when your blood pressures drop, you would have less perfusion of the heart or myocardium, less perfusion of the brain, and in some cases, for those who still have some residual kidney function, they can actually develop some form of AKI on the CKD already, and they lose that residual kidney function. So basically, from all I've said, I think the major thing is that we try and, as much as possibly, though sometimes difficult, estimate the dry weights properly. We should educate our patients not to drink so much and not to restrict their salt, so that they don't gain so much weight that would necessitate us ultrafiltrating rapidly. Otherwise, other things that may predispose to intradialytic hypotension would be underlying cardiac disease, which tends to be very prevalent in this population. And in fact, cardiac diseases are the major causes of mortality in that. So we'd want to identify some of these cardiac diseases and as much as possible control these if we can. Other things we may be able to do would be, let's say, we may tell them not to eat on dialysis, because once you're eating, there is splanchnic vasodilatation or pooling of blood to the splanchnic circulation, and that can do that. So basically, we need to prevent it, but when it happens, I'm sure we all in the dialysis setup know what to do. We'll basically want to raise the legs up to try and reduce cardiac output, increase flow back to the heart. Then we want to stop or reduce ultrafiltration. And in some cases, we may actually have to give boluses of normal saline just to increase intravascular volume. But I think key amongst that would be trying to prevent the occurrence by looking at some of these things. In some cases, you may actually want to withhold the antihypertensives as well before dialysis. So I think I would just mention that intradialytic hypotension, because there's a whole lot of complications that we can actually look at. And that's why we actually need trained dialysis nurses, one, and we need nephrology supervision of dialysis units. And in the meantime, like Prof. Boima is saying, in the cases where we are not having adequate number of nephrologists as we haven't, we can task shift and train medical officers or physician specialists to be able to manage such cases and handle the patient in our dialysis unit. I hope I've been able to say something to help you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. And on that note, we want to say thank you to all the presenters and for everyone who has been here. I think we should give them a round of applause. So we'll take the chairman's closing remarks. After that, there will be a GK AGM, the Ghana Kidney Association. We have an AGM. New members are welcome, so you can join us if you want to be a part of the Ghana Kidney Association. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I think it's been a very good meeting. And for those who know about kidney disease and management and things, I'm sure you are satisfied that you've seen what has gone on before and what the possibilities are. Yes, it's taken 50 years for us to see it this way. But who says it should go at the same pace? I'm not doing a summary, but what I have noted from the presentations is that it seems the management of chronic kidney disease has been mainly in the private sector. It's been private sector led, not government led. And I'm seeing also that improvement in healthcare, increased sophistication and things, is being led by the private sector. And if we lose sight of that and we are waiting for government, we will submit the legislative things to the ministry, and another 10 years, 14 years, you wouldn't have had any response. And I can be sure nothing has been done about what has been submitted. What it takes is a champion, and the association is championing it. So what I would advise is that it is your responsibility on behalf of the people of Ghana to champion it and to get it going. If we leave it to the Ministry of Health or the Ghana Health Service, it's not their doing. They have extremely basic problems which they haven't been able to handle. So this won't go forward. And then let us remember, as we've said, management of chronic kidney disease is expensive. So the preventive aspect is something we can really push hard, because once you get to the management situation, the expense must come. Then also, when we bring up the expense, there are people who would use that as the problem for which we shouldn't go there. But I would remind us, a new drug has been passed by the FDA in the US, single-dose treatment, $3.5 million. And that's for hemophilia B. It's Hemgenix, $3.5 million. People with hemophilia B who tend to bleed at the least thing, and it causes trouble, and they have all sorts of treatments given them to prevent this. But if they had the Hemgenix infusion, one-time treatment, $3.5 million, and they have assessed it, and it is cost beneficial. So if we bring up the issue of chronic kidney disease care management being expensive, what should be done is to find out whether it will be cost beneficial for us. I believe it will be, but we would want to show the evidence. So work would go on there. And then also we realize that there's a lot of education that needs to be given. The population, the patients, and the providers. So we will have to, and we from this side, the college here, will have to really see to be giving a lot of our people the chances, the encouragement, and the support to be educated. And there is the need for CPDs for everyone who is in this situation. So basically, we've seen what we've achieved, and I think it is good. The future is bright and it looks better. Don't let's hesitate, let's get it. And we need a champion, and the association is a champion. So Ghana can benefit. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We are grateful. We'll take the vote of thanks, and to do that, we have a nephrologist, the Confanoche Teaching Hospital, Dr. Pedita Ochre. After that, Dr. Beatrice Nya, who is the Secretary of GK, will give us a few announcements.
Thank you. 50 years of dialysis in Ghana. On behalf of the Ghana Kidney Association, we are so grateful to Almighty God for making this day a success. We would like to express our sincere thanks to the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Dr. Baumia, for taking time off his busy schedule to join us today. And we are praying that as they sit down to deliberate on the future of Ghanaians who may have kidney failure, it will all be a success for us all. Our next thanks goes to the chairman for the occasion, who happens to be the president of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons, Dr. Nkrumah Mills. We also want to thank the representative of the Ghana Manche, the representative from the Office of the Parliament. We also, our next thanks go to the representative of the Dean of the University of Ghana Medical School, the representative of the heads of the hospitals, representatives of pioneers of nephrology in Ghana. We have our fathers here who have supported us all this far. A special thanks goes to the Presidential Special Advisor on Health, Dr. Insian Sari, who happened to be here. I think he just got up. It is not a coincidence that he has been here with us today. He was with us in Kumasi when we were celebrating this year's Ghana Kidney Day. He was there. And we pray that as he joins the government to think about the way forward for kidney disease patients in Ghana, we will all be happy one day. We also thank all our sponsors for helping us to carry out today's program successfully. Our next thank goes to all media that came to support us. We thank all people that came for this program. Our local organizing committee, we say AICO, for making this program a success. Thank you all for coming to grace this occasion. God bless us all.
The vote of thanks has been rendered already, but I also want to say thank you all for staying this far. After the closing prayer, we would have lunch that is packed outside. and then we'll have the AGM for the Ghana Kidney Association. We welcome new members to join us, and we'll have that meeting in the Zero Room. It's just on the ground floor of the main building. So lunch after this session, and an AGM in the room zero, the Zero Room. Thank you all so much.
I think we should applaud our secretary. She's worked very hard. Very, very hard. She's always on me and everybody. Have you done your work? Have you done your work? I think she's done very well. And thank you to everyone. For all of you sitting here, I mean, you took time off your busy schedules to join this. We are so grateful. Thank you for coming. Can we be on our feet as we share the closing prayer? And then we will go for lunch. Don't worry, a lot of people have left, so there's plenty lunch for everyone. Shall we pray? Father, we thank you for today. We thank you for bringing us here for a good cause. We thank you for all the deliberations. We pray that going forward, the decisions, the recommendations will be taken upon those who have to do it. We pray, Lord, that you touch their hearts, that something good will come from this meeting. We pray for everyone here as we go back to our homes, our offices. We pray for traveling mercies. Preserve us, protect us, and bless the Ghana Kidney Association. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you all very much. Lunch is down there. After that, the AGM is in the Zero Room. Zero Room is just downstairs. If it's students, you can also join us if you want to join the GKA. Thank you.